of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
I want to talk to you about Mike Garvey at Pro Health Plans. If you pay for your own health insurance, or if you're looking for coverage, do not go online looking for quotes. You'll get endless calls from call centers, and they will not stop. Instead, call Mike, an expert with over 30 years' experience. He can provide sound advice for your health insurance needs. Their plans let you pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower cost than Obamacare. The monthly premiums are independent of your income, so there'll be no surprise tax bills. If you pay for your own health insurance, own a small business, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Mike at 610-529-1106. That's 610-529-1106. Or go to prohealthplans.com. That's prohealthplans.com. They'll custom design a plan managed by you, not the government. Call Mike at 610-529-1106 or prohealthplans.com. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Morning, it's Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown on this Thanksgiving Eve. Millions of people expected to hit the airports and highways in record numbers over the Thanksgiving holiday. Severe thunderstorms complicating holiday travel for many in the eastern part of the country. Fox's Jeff Flock is at the International Airport in Philadelphia.
What the government says might be an all-time record number of travelers. AAA says 4.7 million people will fly over the Thanksgiving long weekend. That's an increase of about 6% from last year. In Mississippi, where trees down, nothing catastrophic. Tornado reports, but no big pictures of damage at this point. But that's what's headed up the eastern seaboard. You get a picture of where this storm is. It's a big one. It was out as far west as Chicago and the upper Midwest, and now headed toward New York.
AAA forecasting more than 55 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home, and today will be the toughest travel day. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Zioli.
Dr. E.J. and Tony, do you think she sounds like the serial killer from Silence of the Lambs?
Very involved, very vibrant.
What a waste of his talent. You have a well-respected economist in studio, and you're asking him to compare clips between Janet Yellen and the killer from Silence of the Lambs.
Alleged killer. He was never found guilty in a court of law.
Depending on how the Senate testimony goes on Tuesday, the public may be getting more out of this segment than they will out of that.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Increase your holiday spending power with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including holiday meals, decor, gifts, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts here for Window Nation, the best team for window replacements. They've drawn up the game-winning plan for you to save on new windows.
Call us today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
You'll receive installation by pros dedicated to perfect execution. Huddle up with Window Nation today.
Take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free offer, plus get 0% interest for 60 months. Call 866-90NATION or go online at windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A stunning reversal at OpenAI. The maker of ChatGPT agrees to bring back Sam Altman as CEO and form a new board after nearly all the workers threatened to quit over his sudden dismissal last week. The new initial board will include Brett Taylor, former CEO of Salesforce, Larry Summers, former U.S. Treasury Secretary, and others. Union members at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas voted yesterday to ratify a new 5-year contract. That follows a similar vote Monday at Caesars Entertainment, with workers at Wynn Resorts likely to follow suit and ratify their contract today. And modest losses on Wall Street, with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ snapping 5-session win streaks. The Dow lost 63 points. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
For all the joys of the holiday season, it's also a time of high anxiety for some, especially gatherings with friends and family who might not all be on the same page politically.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
He's the most incompetent president we've ever had. He's the worst president we've ever had. He's a total crook.
In a Quinnipiac University poll released this week, 29% of people surveyed said they're looking forward to talking politics over Thanksgiving. Twice as many, 60%, said they'd rather not. Just one of the reasons the season of giving is also a time of stress for a lot of people.
Well, certainly people have what's called the holiday blues, and a lot of that comes from the expectations of being present at all times and having to be able to reach the expectations set by others and what traditionally we see as part of the holidays.
Dr. Jeff Cardare is a family psychologist and associate professor at Touro College of Osteopathic Medicine in New York.
But of course, we also know that in these very tough times, especially politically, that it is difficult for folks to get together because of some of the conversations that they may have at the dinner table that could, go in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm. Should we just try to avoid certain topics like politics, or does that really depend on the dynamic of a particular family or gathering?
Lisa, I think you answered it. It really is about the gathering of the people, if they are respectful to one another, if they are willing to listen and learn something new. It's not about who wins or who loses, because we know when it comes to, conflicts, wars, anything having to do with, people going up against one another, that there really are no true winners. So it's really about understanding one another if we have that kind of a gathering or that kind of a family. But even for families, Lisa, who may not have that kind of sensibility, certainly it's okay to set ground rules for the dinner table as to what it is that can be discussed, what shouldn't be discussed because it may be so sensitive, or the timing may not be right, or a situation as to if they do want to discuss something, the importance of being kind and respectful to one another as part of those ground rules.
I guess if things really start to get tense, the tricky part is there an escape hatch without damaging any relationships?
Absolutely. Being able to call a timeout and actually saying, hey, let's take a timeout. If they can do it in football, we could certainly do it at the dinner table. Have an assessment as to what was said, what it is that we learned, giving people some credit as to the actual points that they made, and then being able to say, okay, let's turn to another subject, or let's go to dessert, or let's do some karaoke.
Another tricky part of navigating this is the fact that at a special occasion like Thanksgiving, we're often mixing with people we don't usually see, even family members that we don't see that often. So it can be harder to gauge people's comfort levels, people's thresholds, if you will, for certain things. What are some ways to navigate the whole situation without stressing so much about it?
when it comes down to people we haven't seen in a long time, but especially with family, no matter how much distance there has been as far as time, we see that the old dynamics come into place. I don't care whether someone has become a successful broadcaster like you or a doctor or whatever the case may be, but when we come back together in that family and or friend circle, we seem to go back to the original dynamics, whether they're successful or dysfunctional or whatever they have. So it's really important to remind ourselves before we leave the comfort of our own homes that we should try to pause, take a beat. And if you see something, a dynamic that is, once again resurfacing, be able to say, ooh, this seems like old times and it wasn't successful the first time. Let's think of a different way to do things. So it really does come down to saying, let's not talk to one another as we once did back in the day, where someone was a parent and another was a child, or it was child to child. Now let's talk as adult to adult. Yes, we are adults. Yes, we respect one another. Those are the things, those are the words, the rules that need to be put out there, the words that need to be said for us to have civil conversation and not drop back to, remember the old Smothers Brothers, you may be too young for that. Mom always did like you best. We don't want to get into that.
Focus on the evolved versions of ourselves, as it were.
You just said it better than me, Lisa.
There's one tip from the American Psychiatric Association I wanted to ask you about. They suggest, trying not to be ashamed and to say no to situations that stress you out. Now, that's easier said than done when it comes to family and especially when it comes to holiday traditions. How do you say no if you, decide up front, look, I'm not coming because X, Y, and Z just makes me uncomfortable. I'm really anxious about it. I mean, it's sometimes it's hard to be that honest because of the fear of making things worse.
Yeah, one of the major issues I see that we tend to have is being able to set up or maintain our boundaries. And when we don't do that, things can quickly become unraveled because then we no longer have that protection that we need psychologically or emotionally. So you can say no, but I would say it in the exact same way that you did. I wouldn't say, no, I'm not coming, or no, I don't want to discuss this, but being able to say, I'm not comfortable with this particular situation because of. I'm not trying to throw shade towards anyone, but I know what my comfort level is, and I'd rather do things a particular way or get into a particular conversation or stay away from a particular conversation, or knowing that someone will be there that I believe may turn into a negative interaction. I don't want to inconvenience others, so best if I stay home.
Family drama, certainly a big reason for a lot of this holiday stress, as we've been discussing. There's also added financial stress. Then you throw in all of the people traveling over the holiday season. That's built-in stress. What's the best way to navigate some of that overall holiday stress, aside from the family gatherings?
Yeah, I think it's really important during the holidays, more than anything else, to not overdo it on what we eat, what we drink, the hours that we keep, the parties that we attend, the family drama. So making a conscious decision either on your own or with your mate or with your family or with your friends. First and foremost, these are the places that I can go. I'm not going to overdo it and overstress my body, number one. Number two, I'd love to visit you out, wherever it may be in America, but knowing what the travel hardships may be, either financially or with what's happening with weather and so on, travel delays, I will come and see you a couple of days after Thanksgiving, or we can have a Thanksgiving, on Zoom or on Doxy or whatever that may be, some sort of a video platform. I think it's also important to get the proper amount of rest. I was talking to one of my patients about this. You shouldn't just set the time that you want to get to someplace on time, but you should also set the time that you're going to leave. So you really have to pay attention, because during Thanksgiving and the other holidays, we just tend to overdo it on everything. And then we feel terrible afterwards. We overspend. Then we feel terrible afterwards. We put on all these calories. Then we feel terrible afterwards. Well, I've got an idea. Why don't we just plan things out and mitigate as much as possible and stay within those boundaries that I talked about?
Yeah, and a lot of it does come down in all these categories to boundaries and really to maintaining self-care, which a lot of us aren't very good about to begin with. And then it seems like we just throw our normal routines out the window for the holiday season.
That's right. And then we feel terrible. We feel guilty. Physically, we don't feel well. And then what was the point of all of that? So if you want to be able to have your cake and eat it too, just take a slice.
I just wanted to ask you one other thing that has come up recently from both the U.S. Surgeon General and the World Health Organization. They've been shining a light on loneliness and its impact on health.
Yes.
So for someone who's isolated, especially not by choice, what advice can you offer for them or anyone who might know someone they could reach out to?
Yes. So loneliness, as we know from our Surgeon General, as you brought up, is at an epidemic rate at this point. And so it's really important that folks who are isolated by no effort of their own, or it's not something that they really want to do, but it's been imposed on them for many different reasons, whether poverty, whether age, whether illness, that as part of the holiday tradition, and I've got to live by this too. There's someone I need to go see, at a nursing home. So if you talk the talk, you better walk the walk. I'm giving myself therapy here. That it is important that we spend time, even if it's just a few minutes, visiting, bringing food, calling in, checking in as to how they're doing, being able to find out what it is that they may need, but making sure that we stay in touch and in contact with those who are lonely, who are isolated, who are by themselves.
So they know someone cares. Really,
yes.
Really important.
And that's everything.
Dr. Jeff Gardere, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time.
Lisa, thank you for your great questions. Happy holidays and happy Thanksgiving.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time, because during a break-in, every second counts, and these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's Best Home Security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
'Tis the season to deck the halls, but why stop there? How about the kitchen? Forget the halls, it's time for Black Friday savings at Colonial Marble and Granite. You can get an all-in kitchen for $69.99 plus $500 off cabinetry accessories at any Colonial location. Renovate your home for the holidays at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Sale ends November 26th. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
The Black November Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 42% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Times are tough. Sometimes a paycheck just doesn't cut it. Today, more people than ever need our help. I'm Ernie Russell, Board President of the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. Through the annual appeal, nearly 1 million people in our community receive help through shelters, soup kitchens, schools for special education, and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Israel expects to receive the first hostages from Gaza tomorrow, being freed by Hamas under a foreign-mediated deal. Israel's cabinet agreed to a 4-day ceasefire in exchange for at least 50 women and children hostages.
Here in Israel, this is a huge moment for the families. It is a moment of hope for those who have demanded that the government strike a deal, but it's not yet clear exactly who will be released.
Fox's Alex Hogan in Israel. The deal calls for Israel to release 150 Palestinian women and teenage prisoners. The U.S. firing back again against Iranian-backed militia and their attacks on U.S. troops. This time, the U.S. striking weapons facilities in Iraq. And a mass shooting in Philadelphia leaves 2 dead and 5 wounded.
We believe it's narcotics related because the 3200 block of Fairhill Street is known for street narcotic sales.
Police Chief Inspector Scott Small. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Washington has passed Florida State for the 4th spot in the latest college football playoff rankings out Tuesday. The Huskies moved up 1 spot on the strength of a victory last weekend against then number 12 Oregon State. Georgia, Ohio State, and Michigan remained in the top 3 spots in the rankings, followed by Washington and Florida State. The top 4 teams in the final rankings in early December will advance to the college football playoff. In the NBA, the Pacers clinched a spot in the quarterfinal round of the NBA's new in-season tournament. Indiana outscored Atlanta 157-152 to win Group A in the Eastern Conference. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There is something about the finality of college football. And the final regular season weekend's one of those, with the rivalry weekend and all the games we get to see. But I still think the benefits far outweigh the negatives when you look at what's going to happen moving forward with 12 teams involved and everything that could happen with it and all the different teams that could be involved. The problem I have with college football right now is just the fatigue. College football is fun because and I say this over and over, every team has different expectation, and success could mean something different for every program. It's not professional professional sports where there's 32 teams and you either win the championship or you don't. Getting to a bowl game might be a great win for a certain team. Getting 9 wins might be something. Getting 10 wins is unheard of, but that's huge for that program. I like that aspect of it. I'm going to like it more when there's more teams playing for that national championship, but I do get fatigued by feeling like, hey, there's only a handful of teams that really have a chance and that really could make it happen, and I think we kind of get to that point earlier and earlier in the year. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike and you didn't? I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Jimmy Fallon.
What's on your mind?
As you listen to this, millions of Americans are getting ready to celebrate Thanksgiving. Except in the White House, where Joe Biden's telling people Happy Easter. That's a cheap political joke, but seeing as politics are such a divisive issue these days, I made a list of Thanksgiving fun facts so your dinner conversation won't end with someone getting beat by a drumstick. I'm no good Samaritan. It just kills me to see food get wasted like that, especially when you consider how high the price of turkey has gotten under Biden. Okay, that's going to do it on the politics for real this time, so check it out. The first Thanksgiving celebration took place in 1621, and it lasted for 3 days. So if you think you were counting down the minutes till you could flee your family, imagine how they felt. And there were no football games to distract people because that Thanksgiving tradition didn't begin until 1876 when Yale squared off against Princeton. Of course, the student-athletes at the Ivy League football teams stopped playing on Thanksgiving once they realized how much money they could make selling term papers to the players at the big-time football schools. Historians have no record of turkey being eaten at the first Thanksgiving celebration and say it's far more likely that ducks, geese, and swans were served because they were far more prevalent in the region. Plus, the turkey place didn't deliver, so screw them. Thanksgiving celebrations originally took place in October, and it wasn't until 240 years later that Abraham Lincoln moved the holiday to November to coincide with the Pilgrims landing on Plymouth Rock. Plus, like most parents, Abe was so full from eating all his kids' Halloween candy, he didn't need to tack on 77 years worth of turkey and pumpkin pie in the same week. Speaking of presidents, Calvin Coolidge was the first to pardon a raccoon in 1926 when he refused to eat one that someone sent him for Thanksgiving dinner. Coolidge and his wife were big animal lovers, and besides, if he did want to eat raccoon meat, he would have went to White Castle. There's widespread debate over which president was the first to pardon a turkey, but we do know that Bill Clinton was the first to pardon an intern. And lastly, the Christmas song you know as Jingle Bells was originally a Thanksgiving song called One Horse Open Sleigh when it was released in 1857. It wasn't until 2 years later that they changed the name to Jingle Bells to fit with the Christmas theme. Although we've had so many flight delays this year, the public might be ready to take a one-horse open sleigh. Happy Thanksgiving. And whatever you do, don't fight your family. You'll need all that violent aggression to go shopping on Black Friday. Be sure to listen to Fox Across America with me, Jimmy Fallon, weekdays from noon to 3 on the Fox News app and foxacrossamerica.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Hi, what brings you to the clinic today?
Oh, the baby's not feeling well. I think she might have a fever.
Well, let's check her temp with the Exergen thermometer. You're right. These Exergen thermometers are very accurate. Reads 101.2.
Oh, gosh. Well, that Exergen thermometer sure is fast and easy to use.
Yes, and many doctors recommend Exergen for home use.
Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies, are available at Walmart and participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
The Mo is calling. For years, people around the world have been united by the power of the mustache. This Movember, unite to take on mental health, suicide, prostate and testicular cancers. Come together, grow together, raise funds, save lives. Change the face of men's health. Sign up at Movember.com.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
The government is spying on you. No surprise, I know. But did you know the banks are helping them? And did you know that withdrawing your cash from the bank can be very risky? That's right. Let Swiss America educate you about this. Banks are now required to spy on us for the government, and they report any behavior they think is suspicious. You'll be shocked when you read The Secret War on Cash from Swiss America. This new war against cash is really a war against the Constitution, against all freedom-loving Americans. You must read The Secret War on Cash. Get your free copy by calling or texting 800-258-9968. 800-258-9968. This war on cash is growing daily, and it also includes all forms of digital money. So please get and read The Secret War on Cash free by calling or texting right now at 800-258-9968. 800-258-9968. Message and data rates may apply.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And happy Friday. I mean, Wednesday. It feels like a Friday. Welcome to Thanksgiving Eve. It's Kayal and Company with Mike Opelka in one more day for Nick Kayal. And I'm hoping and praying, because I haven't seen her yet or heard her yet. Please, God, make my wish come true. Is Dawn Stenzel in here today? Good morning, Dawn.
Of course. Good morning.
All right. I'm happy now. I can
You want to
smile.
pound it? You can.
Oh, boy.
And then do like a dry rub. Cooking segment.
Oh, that's a cooking segment. Well, we're going to talk. I have a segment I think that's going to rival that, Dawn. The new Sharper Image catalog arrived yesterday. And let's just say they've grown up. There are some surprises in there that Gwyneth Paltrow would probably like.
Ooh.
But we'll get to that. Good morning, Gregory.
Hi.
Are you?
You're a real crumb bum.
Yeah, to take it right back to high school. Hi.
Hi.
Yes. No. Who's holding? Yeah, that's a 70s reference if there ever was one. Yeah, well, welcome to...
Do you think there's a lot of people working today?
Yeah, I do. I do.
I don't know. I mean, look, we come in at 4:30 in the morning, so there's not a ton of people on the road. But I felt even for that, it was a little lighter than usual.
Well, maybe, and that's okay, and good for you to have that benefit. But I will tell you, I was at the Acme over by me yesterday, and they're not only working today, they're working tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. And I'm thinking, really?
For, like, if you forget anything?
Yeah, but they have to be there at 7 a.m. till 4 p.m.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah, it ain't right. So couldn't we all just plan a little bit? And if you don't have that extra stick of butter, is it going to kill you?
Have less butter, people.
Yes, less butter. Well, I am pro butter, but, for Thanksgiving, maybe just back down the butter a little bit.
I think they get time and a half and then a day off or something. I think they choose.
Well, I hope they do. But, it's still, it still feels like, come on. At least, are we still doing the Black Friday, Thursday opening? Because there was years ago that suddenly the big box stores and these stores started opening. Oh, Black Friday deals are now on Thanksgiving. What? Yeah, that's it doesn't make any sense to me, but, what do I know? We have a lot to get to today. A lot of stuff happened overnight, including what appears to be the hostage deal. So we talked about it all day yesterday, and things finally appear to have settled in. But it's very important that we get all the real news from the one and only, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Wednesday, Friday feeling, November 22nd today. We're at 53 degrees, misty, messy roads. I'll get to that in just a minute. We are sponsored by Consumer Cellular this Wednesday morning. As Greg says, Wednesday, Tuesday. All right, we have Philadelphia police investigating after they say, despite the rain, despite the nasty weather, at least 70 shots were fired around 8:30 last night near 6th and Allegheny Ave. So in total, 7 people shot, 2 killed. This is obviously a Philadelphia shooting in the Fair Hill section of Philadelphia. So they're investigating this, and narcotics are suspected. But they said one of the comments from the cops on the scene is that even this nasty weather doesn't keep people from, the drugs, the shooting. But they picked up some 70 shell casings from that area and a messy, deadly scene in Philadelphia. We also, speaking of messy, today's a big travel day, obviously. And so we already have the TSA lines running 47 minutes long. And
Already?
Right now.
Jeez.
The people are standing in line. So if you are headed out on a flight.
Is it the biggest travel day of the year?
It's the biggest travel day.
Will it be the most we've ever seen in ever?
Since the pandemic.
Since the pandemic. They're saying since 2019.
Yep.
The biggest.
Yep. Sorry.
Bigger than ever. So that's going on. And then as well, this issue of 95 being shut down. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on I-95. That I-95 is shut down right at the Betsy Ross Bridge. So it's a hot mess, as I say. So you just want to mind that. And no matter where you're headed, there's on Lincoln Drive, there's flooding. On the Schuylkill, there's flooding. And there's some cars that have spun out, I think, on the westbound. So I think that one just happened within maybe the last 45 minutes. So if you're traveling this morning, heading to the airport, you want to allow yourself extra time. There's a lot going on weather-wise. And I'll tell you when the big clear-up comes. But as far as 95, all northbound lanes of I-95 between exit 26, which is, as I said, the Betsy Ross Bridge, to New Jersey exit 32, that's Academy Road, Linden Ave, they are closed. And so I think on this side it's exit 32, Academy Road, Linden Ave.
It's got to be the flooding, right? I mean,
that's what I believe.
Yeah.
And then I think on top of it, there's a lot of police activity. So did somebody, because we did have a wipeout on 76 westbound this morning. So there's a lot going on. Allow yourself plenty of extra time and put your patient cap on. Patience cap. We have Mayor-elect Sherelle Parker. It's the worst kept secret, I guess you could say. We talked about this yesterday. She will name, or is expected to name, at 10 a.m. this morning, Mr. Kevin Bethel as Philadelphia's next police commissioner. So this is widely confirmed. It was on the front of the digital edition, at least, of the Inquirer yesterday morning. So 24 hours this has been out here. But he's well known. He has been with the police since 2019, served as the chief of school safety for the school district of Philadelphia, also served in the Philadelphia Police Department for 29 years, and as a deputy police commissioner of patrol operations for the last 8 years before actually retiring from the force. And so he's somebody that she obviously is comfortable with as her next commissioner. And this is I think it's fair to say it's her first major leadership decision for the mayor-elect, Philadelphia's 100th mayor, when she will be sworn in early January on that first Tuesday of January 2024. So this is one of her top priorities. She promised it would be before Thanksgiving that she would make this announcement. Here we are. I know we'll talk about it, and Mike's going to get into this, but this hostage deal, or a pause, that we are expected to hear more about, and that it will begin reportedly within 24 hours. And we are hearing 50 hostages released. We don't know who exactly that'll be, but they're saying women and children. And then I know Mike is going to talk about the 3-to-1 ratio, for every one hostage, 3 Palestinians, although I believe the Palestinians they're saying will be women and minors who will be returned. So we'll talk about all of that.
Yeah, because nobody under the age of 18 picks up a rifle in the Middle East. Those men, those 16 and 17-year-olds who are walking the streets with rifles, they're minors. I'm sorry, I'm skeptical.
So we have that going on. By the way, Bill Cosby, another lawsuit, and they're not revealing the victims or survivors' name of this, or the alleged survivor, but another lawsuit against Bill Cosby, somebody who worked with him on the Cosby Show back in the day. And she has filed because it's under that New York State, the Survivors Act, where you have a limited time. So apparently her window is closing where she can file the suit, and says that when she was a young lady, Bill Cosby was her mentor. So we're following that one for you this morning as well. Let's get to, and you know what? I mentioned this briefly yesterday. We had a lot of breaking news, but we do have this recall alert. Peaches, nectarines, plums, all recalled after a listeria outbreak. And this is a serious outbreak, and they're saying at least 10 people got very sick, some of them hospitalized, but one person died. So this is a nasty bacteria that is especially harmful to pregnant women. And I kid you not, I'm looking at this health story, and they said harmful to pregnant people. Why do they do this to me? You know what I mean, right? Come on.
It's not even 6:15, and Dawn has been triggered by pregnant people.
All people cannot get pregnant. Therefore, it's harmful to pregnant women.
Well, we learned yesterday that even men can get periods. They might
right.
not. They might
come
not,
in a bottle.
Yeah,
it's a little bottle. You get 4 in a bottle.
Right.
They might not menstruate, but they get the symptoms of, and they take medicine to get those symptoms.
Oh, it's going to be a triggering day for Dawn when we get into the swimming story.
Oh, good God. You know what? Men can bleed. I'll agree with that. Just not.
Yeah. Once you shiv them. Hey, Dawn, finish do you have a sponsorship to do? Because I have a question.
Yes. We have a sponsorship. It's Consumer Cellular.
Thank you.
So offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic like today. And a lot of the roadways, even as Greg said, maybe we have less people right now heading to work. But if you look at the traffic cams from all the different stations, which we have up on our computers, it looks like a very heavy traffic day because of all these delays and flooding, etc. So Just a heads up on that one. But bumper to bumper traffic, their 100% U.S. based support is just a click or a call away. We're talking about Consumer Cellular, what they offer. They also offer free activation, and it's always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Here's the forecast. Forget about the mist. Forget about the rain. Forget about the wet roads, because the sun's coming up. And when it comes up, we will see a bright, sunny, beautiful day, 62 degrees. And moving forward, I don't see any measurable precipitation or meaningful precipitation through Sunday. A lot of sunny skies. Not as warm today in the forecast, but still not bad in the low to mid 50s through Sunday. But today, 62 degrees. Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you, Dawn. I have a list of issues I need to discuss with you, but the first of which, do you have a sticker on your glasses?
Oh, do I? No.
No, she doesn't.
No.
Not on the right lens?
No.
No, it's mascara.
Ah.
Good eye.
Well,
yeah, I got some mascara.
I'm looking at it. I'm going, what, did Dawn buy new glasses and forget to take this? Because I've done that. When you buy glasses and there's
That's
suddenly
so funny.
a thing in the corner.
Nope, mascara. Sorry about
All right,
that.
sorry.
Good eye.
And there'll be no more yawning on camera, Greg.
Sorry.
They are contagious, the yawns.
I forget that we are on camera for 4
You
hours.
drop a yawn in the space, and suddenly everyone's yawning.
I should have never agreed to this.
Well, you're the one who came up with it.
I know. Bad idea. Oh,
well. Yesterday, the rain, correct me if I'm wrong, but ahead of yesterday, you were saying the forecast that we were given said something about a half an inch of rain or a quarter of an inch of rain.
Yeah,
And
we
then-
got more than that.
Yeah, we got a lot more than that, because at 1:15 this morning, I was awakened by my wife because there was a leak in the roof at the theater.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a 140-year-old Victorian building that houses a nonprofit children's theater. And the panic had been going on for about 2 hours, but she decided to wake me at 1:15 to let me know. And what can I do?
Get some buckets and some yeah.
Call Matt and Steph Evans. Kelly at Emmons Roofing, right?
I will
Call
be
Matt and Steph.
Matt and Steph expect a call.
Yeah. Emmons Roofing.
We've got a holiday show that opened last weekend. We've got the Wizard of Oz running right now, so can't have a leaky roof at the children's theater. So that was my little enjoyment overnight at the way, and I'm like, didn't Dawn say it was going to be a quarter of an inch last night?
Yeah, they were wrong. It was actually, in most places, we got at least an inch and an inch to 2 inches of rain. So they were way off on that one.
Yeah, they missed it bigly for me. And I'll be spending my time after 10 o'clock today with a mop and a bucket. Because, that's what nonprofits do. That's what everybody pitches in, all hands on deck. Good news out of Israel, I guess. We'll wait and see till we actually see the hostages being released. And Dawn mentioned it earlier. It's kind of a 3-for-1 deal. Hamas gets 3, and they release 1 hostage. And apparently, it looks like there may be 3 Americans among the hostages that are going to be released. But here's what I don't understand. There are also deals like, okay, for every 10 hostages they release after this, they get a day of ceasefire. So it's like they've incentivized it or bonused themselves on this. And this is also, correct me if I'm wrong, November 22nd, 2008 was the last ceasefire between Hamas after there were 8 days of fighting and 150 people killed. This is considerably more death and destruction, but this is oddly the anniversary. So is this something they do every few years? Is it just like, hey, it's time for attack the infidels and let's wipe out Israel, and then we end up with a bunch of dead bodies and a ceasefire? Is there ever going to be a solution to this? Not as long as Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran are calling for the elimination and the complete and total destruction of Israel. So I'm happy to see people getting released, and I cannot wait to see the Americans. I believe one of them is the 3-year-old girl.
Abigail.
who reportedly saw her parents killed in front of her, which God knows the horrors these people saw that day. And then since that day, more than a month, they've been held by these folks. So we'll keep an eye on that. There isn't really much more to say until you actually hear from the hostages. But we did strike Iran again last night. There was another hit where we let Iran know to cut it out. However, the weirdest thing about this is, and Gregory, I don't think this was in your preview that you sent about the cut sheet.
Yeah.
But there was a statement from, I don't have it up here, a statement from our Pentagon rep yesterday about just how many attacks we have been hit by the Iranians and their backed proxies. Since the beginning of the year, it's over 150, right? That seems like a lot. 150. Since the 17th of October, it has been 60 plus.
Wow.
Yeah. So the 7th of October was the attack by Hamas, and then 10 days later, Iran and their proxies started hitting Americans. And more than 60 attacks, I think it's 65, plus more than 60 Americans have been injured. And we have not injured, to our knowledge, until yesterday, any Iranians or their backed representatives. So this is getting to be a little ridiculous. 60 in the last month and a half. So something has to be done. And a lot of folks in Congress are saying, "Where's Biden on this?" And of course, he's now in Nantucket, where he's on. I misspoke yesterday. I got called out. I said he was staying at the $20 million estate of a donor. Apparently it's now $35 million.
Oh, it's gone up?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone up.
Real estate.
Yeah.
Under Joe Biden, real estate's got a lot more expensive, like everything else.
And who's this guy he's staying at, his house?
He is a big investor guy, one of these guys who's a buyout specialist, and one of the biggest donors. The Bidens have stayed at this home where he is not staying, because I'm sure he's got more than one. When you have billions of dollars, you have a tendency to have more than one home in luxurious places. But there's speculation that with Nantucket being so close to Martha's Vineyard, will there be a powwow? Can we still say powwow?
I don't know. Probably not.
A powwow between Barack Obama and Joe Biden.
Oh, that's
about
right.
what's going forward. So
yeah, because the Vineyard and Nantucket are like close, right?
Yeah, I think John Kerry could sailboard from one to the other.
All these rich elite people.
I know, right?
We're vacationing on Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket.
I've never been to Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket. I don't know.
Really have no desire to go. I mean, it just
I'd
looks
like to see it.
Would you?
Yeah, when some of those mansions, they look beautiful. Like have you been to the Vanderbilt mansion?
No.
Down south? It's stunning. It's like walking through Downton Abbey, the American version of Downton Abbey. And those are amazing to me, and they're monuments to capitalism. It's unfortunate they've been purchased by leftists now who want to isolate themselves and protect themselves from the rest of us. But we'll see what comes of this. I don't know if Biden's going to come out and make a statement. Netanyahu kind of gave him credit yesterday for saying that Joe Biden helped significantly in the negotiations on the hostages. So they're going to try and spin this to a win. But we have a lot to get to today, including the left has lost its mind about Donald Trump, and The View. The ladies on The View, they're freaking out because Univision talked to Donald Trump.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I'm sure Whoopi spends a lot of time watching Univision. And Spanish just rolls off her tongue. I can say that. I sat next to her for a year. I don't think she ever spoke one Spanish word in the entire time. But she's warning Univision. We'll get to that. So much to get to today. Your calls as well. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. 855-839-1210. It is Kayal and Company. One more day with Opelka in for Nick Kayal on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Jade, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the savoriness of the sausage, the fluffiness of the egg, and the butteriness of the biscuit. It's amazing. The perfect start to my day.
Hi, everyone. It's Justin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the fluffy egg, the melted cheese, and the sizzling sausage. It's the start to your morning that you didn't know you need.
Order a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Adele talks about what she does to keep her anxiety under control.
I work out to really hone all my energy and to make sure that it's not coming out sideways. If I'm ever in a situation where I don't want to do something, then I just won't do it anymore because the repercussions of that will be my anxiety.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Sponsored by the 988 Lifeline and the Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services.
Too many people are experiencing suicidal crisis or mental health-related distress without support. But there is hope. The 988 Lifeline helps people who are struggling to overcome mental health-related issues. It's okay to not be okay. The Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services is here for you. If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, call 988 for support. Trained crisis counselors are standing by. That's 988.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
You got me running, baby. You give me something way beyond revenue.
It is 6:28 on a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal and Kayal and Company. Dawn's here. Gregory's here. So much to get to. The story, Dawn, the headline story about the shooting overnight. And it really wasn't even overnight. It was. You said this was like 8:30 last night?
Yes.
And obviously,
In Fairhouse.
70 shell casings found at the scene. How many people died? 2 people died, 7 hit?
Yeah.
This is out of control. The new mayor is going to have her hands full, but what is the outgoing mayor doing at this time? Has anyone heard from Mayor Kenny?
Nope.
I'm just stunned that there's no outrage, that nobody finishes the job, that once you are on the outs, once you have not been able to be reelected either due to term limits or to career choices or to a loss, that you don't have to do the job. Imagine if anyone here or anyone at a regular office said, you know, I'm not going to be back next year, so I'm just gonna kind of work from home. Call me if you need me.
Yeah, I think it's, it's like that Dennis Miller line, I am out of here. But it seems like he said that a year ago. Maybe New Year's Day.
Or was it at the repair of the highway, of the when they fixed the roadway?
Well, they really didn't even want him in the shots, it seemed.
Yeah, but he showed up to take credit.
Did.
Because, he wanted the credit on that one. So that seems to be the last time. And he was pitching himself for a gig in D.C. or with the administration. And has he achieved that? Has anyone heard that there is another job coming?
I think he's working on it. He has a fiancé.
Well, he's got plenty of time if he's not working on anything here. I'm just stunned that we as a society allow this to happen. So,
but we do. I like in Philadelphia that, for example, it was a nice purge out of City Hall in many ways, because if you run for mayor or run for anything else, you can't be a sitting council member. So that's why we have this huge turnover. So for Sherelle Parker, it is an opportunity. Hopefully, I think we're all hopeful, because what else can we be? And I think we're hopeful that it's an improvement at the very least from what we had, which was a hot mess and a lot of inaction, no matter what anybody says. But then others say, look, she's been around. She's been my council member in the northwest side of Philadelphia for years. So many others are saying, she's been part of this Democrat machine for a long time. And so what will really change? I differ with that. I actually think she's a doer. She's known for a work ethic. She's known for working hard. And I believe her sincerity, that she does want to make a mark and she does want to clean Philadelphia up.
Well, I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
She's certainly walking into a hot mess to begin with. And everybody here would benefit from it, not just Democrats. Every single person who lives, works, plays here would benefit if the city can get cleaned up and fixed, and we'll see. But she's certainly walking into something that is beyond what you would normally expect on a new gig. Yeah, oh yeah, there were 7 people shot last night. Just it wasn't even 9 o'clock at night. And the mess has to get cleaned up, but it's going to require a whole lot more help for the police department. And
by the way, Mayor Jim Kenney was at a library yesterday.
Okay. Picking up a book, or
No, he was
he
actually.
paying a fine?
It's the city's rebuild program, and so he was there with other council members and Pennsylvania legislature members as they were talking about the Free Library of Philadelphia. So
Well,
they were.
I endorse that. I know the library started opening again on the weekends, which is a good sign because, COVID shut down a lot of things. So we couldn't have people going and reading. God forbid. That would have been a bad idea. So at least he's still here.
So he
hasn't traveled. He didn't hitch a ride on the Biden family plane to Nantucket.
No, I don't see that. Stop. I don't think he's invited to the Nantucket.
No.
$39 million.
But he wants it,
McMansion.
though. He so wants to be part of
Definitely.
the administration. He wants a D.C. gig. It's so obvious. You can see. And I don't know if he has a gender and a skin color problem. Had he maybe if he transitions, he'll be able to get a gig. If he changes, if he becomes a man who menstruates, then maybe the administration. I'm sure there's a club for that. There's probably a Facebook group for that. Just saying. This is now officially Thanksgiving. Now I guess we're in the holiday Christmas shopping season. Is that fair to say?
True.
Dawn started her Christmas shopping in October.
No, are you one of those?
I'm not usually, but this year I did start early.
Yeah.
Well, when are you done?
Never.
If
I'm never done.
No, I'm never finished.
Every year I say, I'm not wrapping on Christmas Eve. I'm not going to wrap. That's it. There's a cutoff. Every year I say this forever. And I always end up wrapping Christmas Eve, and it's annoying.
You don't do the giant. We've now surrendered. We just do the giant bag, and everything's in the bag, and you just take them out one at a time.
Here you
I
go.
love that.
It's easy.
I've done that. Yeah, get the gift bags.
It's just me and Donna and her brother David and his other half, and we just have 4 giant bags. And they come in and, okay, you pull one out, now you pull one out. And so there's no wrapping because the wrapping is and you can throw it in the fireplace, but it creates a bigger mess as well.
Yeah.
So,
Climate change. We're trying to
thank
save
you.
the earth.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. But one of the things that I used to remember and I used to enjoy searching through or just perusing the Sharper Image catalog. Do you remember the Sharper Image?
Sure.
And they used to have stores.
It's still a thing.
It's still a thing because
yeah.
I get emails about it.
Yeah, I got the catalog yesterday for the Sharper Image, the new holiday gifts 2023. And I'm a geek. I love little devices. I love technology, things that I'm dying to be able to use my iPhone to take pictures of the full moon. And they're always telling you, well, if you buy this device and clip it to your iPhone, you'll be able to, and it never works. But I'm looking through this, and they've broken it down, and now apparently the Sharper Image audience has gotten a lot younger and a lot older because there are a whole lot of things that you can strap to your body, and it'll shoot you with infrared technology to fix your joints or whatever, to make life better. It'll grow your hair,
Yeah.
and it'll alleviate your arthritis, and you put your hands in these hot mittens or whatever that'll fix everything for you. So either their audience is now 1 million years old, or they have a bunch of grandkid toys that grandparents will absolutely hate if you bring these to or that parents will hate if you bring these to the grandkids. They're just, like toy guns, all kinds of stuff. But in the middle of it all, I'm looking and I notice, is this the Gwyneth Paltrow catalog?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. In the middle of the section, women's care.
Uh-oh.
Right here.
Well, at least they still call it women's care, right, Dawn?
Well, they do.
Yeah.
There's no
That's
trans
true.
section.
There's no trans. I'm sure
No.
that's coming soon.
But here in the women's care, there's a cordless home electrolysis kit, a chin-reducing massager, which some of this looks like it's just snake oil. But Leslie in Key West wants you to know that the new Lilo personal massagers are fantastic products.
Oh, my gosh.
The Sharper Image is selling personal massagers. And they want you to know that they're waterproof.
Oh, boy.
and they're heated as
Heated?
well. Yes, they heated. Thanks for asking, Gregory. The heated personal massager is a velvety, soft, cordless, easy to use, built-in heating technology. Warms up to 102 degrees for a soothing sensation. Choose from 10 massage modes and intensities. Waterproof and washable for use in the bath. Charges
wow, waterproof
with,
and everything.
Yeah. So the Sharper Image, who advertises a lovely bird feeder with a camera on the cover.
I'm looking at this. The bird feeder is the video camera bird feeder.
Yeah.
My dad would love that because the bird would come up and then
Yeah.
you have the funny video and then the squirrel trying to get and there are probably some funny videos out of that.
Yeah, but you can buy a $39 Ring camera
That's
and
true.
put it out in the garden.
On the bird, yeah, that's right.
on the bird feeder, the bird bath, and squirrels come up all day. I know I have one, but for $179, you could get. But I just find it very interesting that what used to be the Geek Gadget Device Company is now selling personal satisfaction products, and that's in the women's care. If you go over to the men's care, what do you think they're selling for the men? There's nothing that can be used in the bath for the men. I just want you to know, in the area of the men's department, there is something I would buy. It is a turkey carving knife that looks like a chainsaw.
Oh, cool.
It is an electric turkey carving knife that looks just like a chainsaw. And it's even got the chainsaw hand guard. The one that protects you from the kickback of the blade or the kickback of the chain. And so they at least understand the men, but they apparently understand the women.
But I thought you would have said the golf ball finding glasses.
Oh, yeah, I saw those. But,
they're
who
like a
loses
blue,
golf balls?
funky. Well, Nick Kayal, maybe that's what we get him. They're on sale. They're normally $59.99 for $47.99. With a certain code, you get the golf ball finding glasses. That's
that would be a good gag gift to give
That
to
would be.
Nick because it would be a wonderful insult. But the weird part, if you look at, so Dawn's apparently on the Sharper Image
Yeah, I'm on the website now.
When you look at the personal massager devices for the women, there's mention that there's a video that you can click on.
Oh, boy.
And I'm telling you, I don't think it's wise to do that at work.
This is how this works.
No, they're not going to show that. They show it like on this person's shoulder or something. They're not going to show anything inappropriate. They're just going to say, "Oh, look." But that's one of those. You see a movie every once in a while, where the dog. The dog comes over.
The dog comes running
He's like,
in.
"What do you have? What do you have? What do you got? What do you got?" The dog's like shaking his head, and then he drops it, and it's the personal, device.
A personal massager.
Oh, look.
There's a great, and it's a great 3-hour distraction on the weekends called Live PD. Now it's called On Patrol Live, and they have cops live in 8 or 9 cities with camera crews. And all Friday and Saturday night from 9 to midnight, they cut back and forth to these cops who are going out on calls. And at least once a weekend, they pull somebody over, and they are taking them out of a car, and they're doing a search of the car and doing a search of the purse. And the cops always have to put on gloves because apparently they're all Sharper Image shoppers.
Wow.
Because there are several of these personal massage devices that are showing up in the searches of cars. Ladies, do you have to travel with it at all times?
It travels light. One of the funniest stories that in television news, there was a reporter who shall remain nameless that I worked with, and let's just say she was a diva. She was high maintenance, so she got this great gig, and it was a travel assignment to a big story. So the photographer, the videographer who had to travel with her and put up with a lot, decided to get one of those devices that you're speaking of and put it on so it was vibrating and put it in her carry-on bag as she was going through like TSA.
Oh, that's hysterical.
So that in front of everybody in the TSA line, they're like, "Oh, there's something vibrating," and there it was. And she's like, "That's not mine. That's not mine. I don't know where that came from."
That's the Austin Powers joke when they open up and there's a penis pump in there, and he goes, "That's not mine."
Well, if you're looking for good reality entertainment with this kind of stuff. The Live PD. It used to be Live PD, but during all the anti-cop stuff, A&E had this show. It was a gigantic hit. It was the biggest show on Friday and Saturday nights. It was 3 hours of live TV. Didn't cost them anything because they were just doing camera feeds back from the cop cars. And it was the #1 rated show. A&E, in the middle of the anti-cop defund the police thing, canceled it.
Of course they did.
And so the guy who runs News Nation, what's his name? Dan
Abrams.
Dan Abrams is the guy who created it, and he hosts it. And he took it to this channel, Reels. And A&E tried to sue him, saying, "No, you can't do this show. It's the same show, and we own the show." And he said, "Well, you canceled it." And he's been doing it on Reels, which elevated the Reels profile greatly. But here's the thing that happens on this show every weekend. And I'm terrified of being pulled over by a cop and not having my license, my insurance, and my registration. Do you carry that with you, Dawn, at all times when you're driving?
I do. However, nowadays they will allow you to show a digital version of it, so you can carry it in your phone.
Like you can take a picture of it on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
And Gregory, did you drive to work today with your driver's license and a valid driver's license?
I did, of course. Always do.
If you watch these shows, the people they pull over, and it's not just for speeding, it's not just for a broken taillight. More than half of them don't have a driver's license, or it's suspended.
What a shock.
Or they know it's suspended, or they don't speak English, and they're here on some sort of, and they're showing passports now. And we're not talking about the border in Texas. We're talking about South Carolina. We're talking about Wilkes-Barre. We're talking about Toledo, Ohio. It is amazing to me how many people are on the road. And so Donna says, because I actually went back in the house. We were in the driveway leaving, and I went back in the house to get my driver's license, my credit cards, because I said, I don't want. What if we get stopped? She goes, we're going to the grocery store. And I said, I'm not that guy. But more than half of the people who stopped do not have a driver's license, do not have it with them, or it's suspended, and they just don't care. And there's no penalty for it.
I will say my husband half the time.
You always throwing him under the bus.
I know, poor Larry, but seriously.
Larry's got bus tracks on his back.
I know. But that man loses his wallet, his light. Half the time, I'll get a call. Do you have a picture of my driver's license? And I do. I carry. So I know not only do I carry my license and all my stuff in my pocketbook, but I have pictures of everybody's stuff so that if he gets pulled over, I have a picture of his license, proof of registration, insurance. Like I have all that stuff. I have photos of it so I can text him so he can show it to the state police wherever he's being stopped.
Enabler. If you let him hang out to dry one or two times, he won't do that again. The fact that he knows that you have all this stuff is not going to make him want to do it. Listen to me with my life lessons. My life lessons. Thank you.
Dr. Greg.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm just as bad as Larry. And my wife is also my enabler. So I'm speaking from experience.
Well, I travel with a passport everywhere I go.
What?
Yeah, I carry my passport.
Aren't you afraid you're going to lose it?
No. Why would you lose it?
I would recommend you don't do that because I used to do that, Mike. And then there was a smash and grab of my car, and it was my dog was sick. Anyway, it's a long story. But anyway, they got away with not only my passport, but my Social Security card. It's a pain. So I would say have photographs of everything.
Well, I
carry
carry
your passport.
Just in case, Gregory, somebody goes, hey, we got a plane and we're going to Prague in 2 hours. Meet us at the airport. All right, if I have a bank card, if I got a couple $100 in my pocket and a passport, I'm done. Yeah. I'm out. I would go in a minute. Now my wife would kill me.
You're that pina colada guy.
What's that?
If you like pina coladas,
yeah, I am.
Bring your passport today.
Yeah, I got it. I got my passport with me, and it's valid. But you can also get a passport card. You can also get, it's the same size as your driver's license, but it's only good for transportation across borders in North America. So you can only go to Canada and Mexico with it. But it is valid ID, and it's a federal ID. It's a passport card.
The real ID?
No, it's not real ID. This is an actual State Department issued passport card that I would hold up and show, but somebody would screen cap it.
Of course
and
they
then,
would, yeah.
And post it online. But yeah, so I have that option as well. And I have my passport to Liberland, which is an entirely different discussion about the smallest country in Europe that nobody knows about, but it's a free republic. We got to take a break. It's 47 minutes after the hour. You're welcome to order your personal relaxation devices from the Sharper Image, but I'll be ordering the carving knife that looks like a chainsaw and pulling it out at Christmas dinner. It's Mike Opelka in with Dawn and Gregory, in for Nick Kayal and Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey guys, it is Nick Kayal, and as you know, I have recently leased 2023 Ridgeline from Piazza Honda of Springfield. If you are a truck person like me, now is the time to visit Piazza Honda in Springfield, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading to take advantage of 0.9% APR or get special finance rates on the Honda Civic, Accord, CRV, Pilot, and more. The Piazza Auto Group now with 17 brands and 35 locations, my go-to for all things automotive. To find your new or certified pre-owned vehicle, visit today at piazzaautogroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, when you're involved in an accident, you need a lawyer to help you maximize your recovery and get the fair value of your case. You need the law offices of Thomas G. Skopanich. My buddy Tom has been serving the greater Delaware Valley for over 25 years, and he's helped many clients. With offices located in Lansdale, Montgomery County, let Tom help you maximize your recovery and get the fair value for your case. Contact Tom at scopelawyer.com or 215-624-2211.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
2 people were killed and 5 others were hurt in a shooting in Fairhill. Israel and Hamas have reached an agreement to temporarily pause fighting and release dozens of hostages held in Gaza. And Thanksgiving travel this year is expected to be the busiest since before the pandemic.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts here for Window Nation, the best team for window replacements. They've drawn up the game-winning plan for you to save on new windows.
Call us today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
You'll receive installation by pros dedicated to perfect execution. Huddle up with Window Nation today.
Take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free offer, plus get 0% interest for 60 months. Call 866-90-NATION or go online at windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's 6:51 on a Wednesday, feeling like a Friday because it is Thanksgiving Eve. Kayal and Company with Mike Opelka sitting in for Nick Kayal. And Dawn's here, Gregory's here. I sent a picture with the prep this morning. And Greg, I don't know if you saw it. It is from the World Golf Tournament that is being played in Dubai at this point. It's, I guess, one of the last big events happening at the end of the golf season, and only freaks like me who follow golf this incessantly. I'm sure Nick is following it, probably saw it. But Rory McIlroy who is kind of a big deal in the world of golf. He was eclipsed by Tiger. He had the misfortune of playing and winning tournaments, but, nobody played like Tiger played. But Rory hit a golf ball in the tournament yesterday, and it landed in a woman's lap next to the green.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the prep I sent you,
the one last night or the one this morning?
The one this morning,
Okay.
the Pure Opelka prep,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
on pureopelka.com as well. I don't know if the picture's there, but I sent it in the email. Rory McIlroy hit a shot. It's a par 3, and he missed the green. He missed it a little bit to the left, and it bounced and landed in the lap of a woman who was just kind of sitting on the grass next to the green. And it's pretty much right there in her crotch.
Cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's a good shot.
And he walks up, and she's, sitting there, and the crowd is kind of backed away to give room. And she's sitting there, and he just looks at her, and he looks at the ball, and he looks at the crowd, and he goes, "Referee!" Now, for the record, he gets a drop.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Now, play the ball where it lies does not apply to playing it out of a human crotch.
That's
and it would be quite the trick shot. Now, he ended up getting a bogey on the hole. But I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything at all like that. It's just funny to see that these guys who are so precise, and they can probably hit golf balls in buckets from 150 yards away, ended up landing in the. Now, why didn't she turn as the ball was coming in? That's what I don't understand. Why didn't you? And did she get I'm sure she got an autograph something from Rory after all that happened.
I would hope.
Yeah, they usually do. When you get hit by someone on the golf course, they usually give you some little gift of a memory to take with you. But it's a weird thing. If anybody wants to see it, I will post a picture of it on the Twitters. And the people on the YouTube channel, shame on you for some of the things you're saying. I don't think the term bonus hole is allowed to be used.
That's not right. Come on.
But, this audience is absolutely fabulous. We're still over 5,000 subscribers, which
we are.
I was worried we were going to have a drop-off yesterday after Underwear Hour. And a lot of people watched that yesterday, apparently.
I know. Yeah. It
So
was a big
7
hit on
o'clock.
Yeah, it was a big hit.
7 o'clock is the Underwear Hour. Just around the corner, obviously, in the next hour, we do have, of course, the cut sheet, which Gregory sent me a preview last night, and I hope you don't mind, Gregory. I'm going to add a couple of things to
is that
the cut
allowed?
sheet.
I don't know if that's allowed.
Is it?
Of course it is. Yeah, of course it is.
No, I didn't.
I have. All right, I have one of the most disturbing things, and kudos to I believe it was Patty that sent it to me. I had not seen this, but it's bad behavior on an airplane. Really bad behavior on an airplane.
Was this the Frontier Airlines flight yesterday?
I'm not sure what airline it was. I don't want to give too much away because you have to tune in at 7:45 for it.
Ooh.
But it is. You're gonna want to go to YouTube to see this because it's, this woman.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I can't. I will not. I will not tip your hand.
Yeah, really. I mean, for a lot of people who are traveling today or this weekend or whatever, this is the stuff that you might be subject to. Just saying.
Well, I hope you are, and I hope you then call us immediately afterwards and send us the video.
Exactly.
There also is a new wave of attack against Donald Trump. We mentioned it yesterday that all of the focus on Joe Biden's age has led the left-leaning side of the media to suddenly play whataboutism about Donald Trump and saying that, well, yeah, Trump's going to be 78 in June. Yeah, okay, 6, 7, 8 months from now, Donald Trump will be 78. Joe Biden's already 81 and having trouble. But there's also a new attack, a new amount of vitriol against Trump that yesterday you played a little bit of Morning Joe late in the show, did you not?
I believe so, yeah.
But there was even more from Joe Scarborough yesterday. I'm going to give you just 17 seconds of Scarborough losing it on Donald Trump yesterday.
He will imprison, he will execute whoever he's allowed to imprison, execute, drive from the country. Just look at his past. It's not really hard to read.
So my memory doesn't recall Donald Trump executing anyone.
Execute? I mean, come on.
Executing.
If he was going to execute anybody, it would have been Joe Mika for being friends with him and then turning on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he murdered him in the press. But it's just gotten so off the rails, and we'll get into that next hour as well, and your calls and your comments on social media. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partner programs. That's SEPTA.org/partner programs.
Does a broken down heater have you feeling the chill this holiday season? Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is here to warm you up with $50 off any heating repair. Horizon's experts are available to get your system back in working order fast. And in the event your system can't be repaired, Horizon Services can replace your system as soon as the next day to get you back to comfy and cozy. Book your repair today at horizonservices.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 7:01 on Thanksgiving Eve. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We don't hear enough In Excess. And I know that
agree.
Obviously Michael Hutchence has been gone for decades now.
Well, the reason I'm playing this is because this is the anniversary of his death. He died on this date in 1997.
Really?
Yeah. Phil Almquist is like a music historian, and he always gives me a bunch of factoids about this day in music history, so...
I love
This was the greatest arena band that sounded like a bar band.
I agree.
They were so good.
Very underrated band.
And his death, was that another one of those autoerotic asphyxiations?
Yeah, I think he hung himself, and I'm not... Yeah, I think it was something like that. I'm not sure.
That's such a mystery, but...
Yeah.
What a loss. And the guy, Michael Hutchence, so young.
He was
so
37.
Young. Wow.
Yeah.
And they were just hitting it big time. Australian band.
Yep.
Just a great, great band.
Yep.
In Excess. New sensation. No longer. That was the 80s. God.
87, 88, yeah. When those albums came out, when they were
Long ago in a
big.
galaxy far, far away. We have a lot to get to today. A lot of stories to cover. There's Trump news. There is DeSantis news. Or Gregory, correct my pronunciation on that. What's the correct way to say his name?
DeSantis.
DeSantis,
right?
Or de-sanctimonious.
Or detraitorous, as
Mustard.
some people call it. Yeah. But there's some crazy DeSantis campaign news out. And there's also Biden-Harris campaign news, which they've jumped on the Donald Trump execution bandwagon, deportation bandwagon. It's insane what's happening because they're freaking out. And we'll get to all of it, plus the cut sheet and some epic cuts and something about travel, that if you're getting ready to travel, Gregory Stalker wants you here and watching on YouTube. Because you might see your future.
Let me just say, it's not safe for children or if you're squeamish.
What does he always say? Earmuffs.
Yeah,
earmuffs.
yeah,
Earmuffs time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll get to that after we get to the news with the great Dawn Stenslin. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, good morning on this Wednesday morning, November 22nd. We are sponsored appropriately by United Tire. All northbound lanes of I-95 are closed near the Betsy Ross Bridge due to police activity. We believe there's flooding there, maybe a wipeout, but in any event, traffic's being forced off the northbound side of the interstate at Aramango Avenue, so quite a mess on that one. As we think about this as a very busy travel day on this Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, we have airport delays already happening, marking this a busy travel day at Philadelphia International. And it's as well, we are expecting a lot of travel on the roads today. So right now, PHL, those officials are warning you that if you're heading out for a flight, right now it's taking people at a minimum 46 minutes to travel through the TSA lines, if you to get through the lines with your carry-on and all that good stuff. So just a heads up, if you are traveling seriously, you want to get there sooner rather than later. We also have in Philadelphia, Philadelphia police investigating this one, and I'll call it nasty weather, narcotics, North Philadelphia. So we've got 7 people shot, 5 in the hospital, 2 of them killed in North Philadelphia in this shooting. The 2 men are dead. And this happened on the 3200 block of Fair Hill Street near Allegheny Ave. So police say they found 5 firearms that were dropped at the shooting scene here, and they believe it's drugs. They believe it's narcotics, they're saying. They're not saying the word gangs, and I'm always wondering, is this gang-related, drug-related? Are the gangs, is this border issue? Because we're seeing more of this. Folks coming.
Aren't they all tied together usually? Gang, border, drug. It's your turf. It's your sales.
Sometimes it is, but they don't tell us. They don't usually tell us, and so that's, or at least on camera, they don't tell us. So so I always ask the questions out loud during any newscast just to get you thinking about it, because I think it all relates. So we'll talk about that this morning. We have Mayor-elect Sherelle Parker, speaking of crime in Philadelphia. She's expected in less than 3 hours to name her choice for who will lead the Philadelphia Police Department, her next police commish. And his name is reportedly Kevin Bethel, somebody she knows well, somebody who retired from service in the Philadelphia Police Department after serving 29 years as a deputy police commissioner of patrol operations. So that was before he retired from the police force. So it's her first major leadership decision, let's just say, for the mayor-elect Sherelle Parker, and somebody she knows well, is Kevin Bethel. So we'll wait for that. A lot of analysis back and forth on that situation. We have the reported Hamas hostage deal and this reported pause that they've come to some sort of an arrangement that 50 hostages will be released over a 4 to 6 day period, and for every 50 hostages Hamas will release, then Israel will release 3 Palestinians, mostly women and minors, they say. So we're hearing 3 Americans are among the 50. No men will be released by Hamas. So they're releasing women, they're releasing children. And, we know that there are some babies there, and 3-year-old Abigail, who's the youngest American hostage being held. We keep hearing about that one as well. So we're following that. By the way, today, November 22nd, this is a commemoration, if you will, of JFK. So you were speaking about rock and roll history. I'll just remind you on that one, all the JFK theories and, thinking back in the day, and that they were supposed to release all the footage and all the files. But 60 years ago, JFK's assassination brought the world to a standstill, obviously. Huge day in American history.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of talk about that.
Well, you
this
weren't
morning.
around then. Neither of you were around
No.
then. I got sent home from kindergarten. They actually sent us home. The teachers were crying.
Yeah, it's my mom tells the same story too. It's crazy to think about how, back, it was 60 years ago, but it's crazy to think how information traveled back then, you know what I mean, as opposed to now, where TMZ would have had it before anybody else and posted it on Twitter, and
somebody would have live streamed it.
Live streamed it, exactly.
And therein lies the massive difference between the coverage, but
the only
Walter Cronkite.
And the only evidence or video that we have of that day was Abraham Zapruder's film that's been out there, and he just happened to be filming that day, right?
Yeah, he had his little Super 8 camera or 8mm camera, and it became history.
Yeah.
And I talked a couple days ago with author Gerald Posner.
Oh, he's great on this.
And if you want, maybe we'll run a couple of minutes of that, because there is new info. It's even impossible for me to say, but there's new information that some people say affirms what we believe, that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, and then some people will say, hey, hold on, this opens a new conspiracy door.
Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. I mean, this is like, can we stop with that nonsense? That it's not plausible. It's just not plausible.
I believe it was one man, one shooter.
Oh,
now he was he may have been funded by
you and Arlen Specter.
People, yeah. Thanks for that. Never been compared to Arlen Specter in my life. But Posner's book, Case Closed, points to it. And, Lee Harvey Oswald was connected to a lot of other things, including a U.S. government attempt to use the initial polio vaccine to kill Castro, which that's in a book called Dr. Mary's Monkey, which is a real story. And it's nonfiction, and all the facts are there. But the fact that he was, Lee Harvey Oswald, was the lone shooter, I think, is not in dispute. Now, who inspired, who funded, who directed him might be up for discussion. But that's my opinion.
Jack Ruby just happened to, what was his excuse? He didn't want Jackie Onassis to have to go back to Dallas and testify and be part of that trial. So he spared her.
So you think it was the mob that killed Kennedy?
I didn't say that. I think it was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. There's zero chance that happened.
Well, I saw Oliver Stone's movie, and I know that Kevin Costner did not act alone. There were other people acting in that film.
There's a new podcast. I mean, I know everybody hates Rob Reiner, but there's a new podcast out with him and Soledad O'Brien that you can get.
Two wonderful progressives.
I'm just saying, it's an interesting listen.
I will play you a couple of minutes from Posner in my discussion.
I would love to hear it. I'm fascinated by this. I think the listeners are too.
Because 60 years ago today, basically, and what, 99% of the information has been released, but why the 1% has not been? That's my question.
Thank you.
We have, in other news, and we are sponsored by United Tire, New Jersey has announced that they will ban the sales of gas-powered vehicles, the cars, by 2035, despite many industry and consumer objections. Another headline that I suspect we'll chat about today. But we are sponsored by United Tire. We love our Philly sports teams just as much as they love us. So cheering them on, same goes for the great team over at United Tire. The owners make customer satisfaction their priority, working with you to get you back on the road faster. So when it comes to car service, trust United Tire. You know what the United Tire, their sponsorship just made me think of? I read this morning or last night that the ratings for the Eagles matchup on Monday night, did you see this?
No.
Are you going to talk about it?
No, I didn't see it.
They're the highest ratings for, I think, any NFL football game since like 1996.
Really?
Highest ratings, yeah.
No, I did not see that.
Thank you, United Tire, for sparking that in my head. We have, and I feel so badly for people. We have flooding all over. Mike Opelka, if somebody can go over and help with their roof, we got to call Emmons. But we also have in West Philadelphia, they have a lot of roads flooded, a lot of flooding around our region. The Schuylkill Expressway on east and west 76, Lincoln Drive, a lot of flooding around. I will tell you, we're going to dry out in the forecast here because as the sun comes up, we are in for a real treat. 62 degrees today and bright sunny skies. So it's going to be a beautiful, unseasonably warm day. And as we move through the next, let's say, 5 to 7 days, no more measurable rain. So today, I know we overnight received more rain than anybody thought, about 2 inches of rain in some areas and at least an inch in most. But it looks like for your Thursday moving forward, we're looking at mid-50s, depending on where you are. Right now, we've already warmed up to 50. And so that misty morning leaves us in our rearview mirror, and we are in for this beautiful day today. But moving forward, Thursday, 54 degrees, bright, sunny skies for Thanksgiving. Friday, a little cooler, 50, mostly sunny. Saturday is the coolest day so far of the next 5 days. Saturday, only 41 degrees, partly sunny skies. And then we warm back up to more seasonable temperatures to 49, 50-ish for your Sunday. So enjoy today, 62 degrees, partly sunny skies. Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. I was just looking at some of the commentary online after we opened up the Pandora's box of the Kennedy assassination.
Oh, yeah.
I've got about 5 minutes with Posner. Greg, we can do it here, or we can do it a little bit later if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do it in the 9 o'clock hour.
All right, we'll do it in the 9. Yeah, we'll Gerald Posner, the guy who I think wrote the book. And why do I think so? Because it pisses off Oliver Stone. And when Oliver Stone is angry, I think you've done the right thing. And so that's a good thing.
So you take the word of the government on this?
Not on everything, but I do believe after reading Posner's book. Now again, I think it's one guy, one gun pulling that trigger. Who inspired, who provided, who directed is a different discussion. Because, look, I grew up in Chicago, and I do believe that the mob had some anger at Kennedy. And if you look at not just the Marilyn Monroe connection, but, the administration was going after the mafia. If there is a mafia, and if there is one, I'm sure they're very nice people. But so I don't think it's as simple as saying one thing or another. But you had Oswald traveling to Mexico, Oswald traveling to Moscow, Oswald being tracked by the CIA. There are all kinds of questions. You have the questions out of New Orleans with the district attorney's office, and then there's a connection to Harry Connick Jr. in there as well. It's so amazing how many people are tied up in the Kennedy assassination. And the Warren Report's something I've never sat down and read. Dawn, you've been silent on this. Do you have an opinion?
What strikes me as we think about November 22nd, 1963, 12:30 around lunchtime, while he's riding in this motorcade in Dallas during a campaign visit, shots ring out. At that time, at that moment in time, you think about Camelot. You think about American pride. You think about the fact that most Americans, whether they voted for JFK or not, believed in him, believed in government, believed in the media, believed, you mentioned Cronkite. you think about the change that we've seen in the past 60 years. So where I stand today is, I don't believe anything. I'm more skeptical than, and I'm yes, a product of the media, but everybody knows that I want to believe in the government. I want to love, our U.S. government, our democracy, that sort of thing. But I think less people today, whether you were alive at that point or not, less people today believe what the government says about anything after what we've been through. And if the media says it, then it probably isn't true. I mean, really, we've lost trust in our institutions. And so that's when I look at this and I listen to both of you talking, I just think that we have a real problem with truth and transparency. And I think they should release the final bit of information, just because they've got to start restoring trust.
So if the last 1 or 2% of documents that are being withheld regarding the Kennedy assassination are released, do you think that's going to start us back on the path towards trust?
I think it's a good start.
Okay. And where do you stand after the 44,000 hours of tape that were released from January 6th over the last 10 days?
Exactly. I mean, think about that. There are people who, if they only watch, MSNBC, if they only watch Rachel Maddow, let's say, that there are people who just believe everything that they're being spoon-fed.
And the same with Fox and everything else.
And,
on.
Well, I think...
Yes.
To some degree, yes. And so is that part of the... I would say they didn't create this. Fox did not create this. Fox was a smart business move that was reacting to the fact that the media was biased, and they saw a niche in the market, if you will, that they saw that opportunity to say, hey, this media, look how liberal they are. Let's start our own branch of things. But Fox News, I will say, is as far as like Bret Baier, I think if you look at Bret Baier compared to a lot of the alleged news people, even on CNN, Bret Baier, maybe you could say what they focus on. So maybe you could say it's biased by omission because they're talking about certain stories. But I think he's a much more fair individual as a news anchor than most of the others on the so-called mainstream media, and especially the cable news, quote unquote, in air quotes, anchors who are so biased.
Well, if you look at Bret Baier and you look at Shannon Bream, I think you have two pillars of journalism.
Yes.
Who are willing to stand up.
Yes.
And then there is bias built into the other primetime shows on Fox. But they do admit, Gregory, and I think that's to their credit, that they are opinion shows. They are not journalists.
Yes.
Laura Ingraham certainly has journalism in her background, but she is opinion-driven, and I like her. And then you flip over to MSNBC, it's naked opinion. There is I don't think there's a journalistic program, and people are going to say, what about Meet the Press? No, because as Dawn pointed out, it's not about the stories you cover, it's about the stories you choose not to cover. The greatest power the media has is the power to avoid, and not telling a story is to deny its existence. And we see that mostly with MSNBC. CNN is attempting to make itself back towards the center left. And I don't know if they're going to get there, but they appear to be trying. They certainly appear to be trying to follow the Fox model of hiring, can I say, hotter people. It certainly looks like they're focusing on looks more than they're actually focusing on journalism these days, which, you can't fault Fox for getting the attention with a lot of people that they put on camera in the 90s and 2000s who you might consider eye candy. And there was a lot of focus on looks on Fox, as well as falling into Roger Ailes' agenda. But I do think, is there anybody who we honestly could call fair and balanced at this point? Is there one outlet you could call fair and balanced? I don't know if there's anyone completely free of an opinion or an agenda. Just saying.
Is there? I don't know. I mean, like I say, I think Bret Baier is somebody who...
Does he have a journalism degree?
I don't even know.
Does anybody on Fox have a journalism degree? I'm just curious.
Actual degree, journalism school.
There's a lot of lawyers.
There's a lot of attorneys. But I think the difference that Fox makes that I like is they differentiate their news people from the people who give commentary. Even like you said, Laura Ingraham.
Do they though?
Yeah, they do.
Would you consider Harris Faulkner a news person or an opinion person?
I would. Well, she's both, and she's also hosting a show, which is a different format than the actual news format, like Brett Baer or oh my God, Sandra Smith. Like Sandra Smith is, I don't know her politics. Sometimes I think she's a Democrat. You know what I mean? Like you could watch Sandra Smith and think, oh, is she a Democrat on that? Is she a Republican? Is she?
The last time I think Fox had anyone that you considered to be an opposing opinion was Alan Combs, the late Alan Combs, when it was Hannity and Combs.
Yeah.
And it truly was an interesting dialogue between a leftist and a conservative. And then occasionally Bob Beckel on the 5. And
well, they usually have a liberal on the 5, don't they?
Yeah,
I don't
but,
watch it.
You know,
so I
Harold
have no
Ford.
idea, but...
Harold Ford Jr. is a very reasonable person. The other one with the scratchy voice, what's her name?
Jessica Tarloff.
Tarloff.
Who was educated here in Philadelphia, by the way.
She's a Philly girl.
She's not a Philadelphia native, but she went to college here.
She's certainly kind of softened up a little bit since she had a baby a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But she carries the party line. She totes the water every day. But I miss hearing a debate between somebody like Combs and Hannity, because I think they were both people who brought facts to every discussion, and I know we have run way over time.
Way over time. It's okay. One more. Robert Schwartz is the greatest journalist in history. Didn't have degrees in journalism. That is a ludicrous and ignorant point. I wasn't trying to make a point. I was trying to ask if anybody had a journalism degree. That's all I was saying. So thank you. Thanks for listening. Sorry.
Well, he's allowed to have that opinion.
Well, that's what I love about American journalism. Who is a journalist? What is a journalist? I would say Meg Brock in Bucks County is a citizen journalist. You know, she's somebody who files those freedom of information requests and is being sued currently still in her county. So in America, that's part of our First Amendment. You don't have to have any kind of, do I have a journalism degree? Yes, I do, because that's what I wanted to go into, so I thought that was important. But you don't have to have a journalism degree, and I like that. That's a good thing.
Well, remember John McCain wanted to license journalists and license people who were on the internet, and that was a bad idea. You can be a journalist without studying journalism. I do think it's a good idea to maybe study what good journalism is supposed to be. It is 25 minutes after the hour. We still have the cut sheet coming up, so we'll get things moving here. It's Mike Opelka in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Black Friday all month at Gerhardt's Appliances, and we're turning hot deals into straight fire. This LG Air Fry range in gas or electric for $7.99 is a hot Black Friday deal. But the same range with matching microwave and dishwasher for only $6.99 after rebate, now that's straight fire.
Whoa.
Just like this Samsung washer and dryer pair for $7.99 after rebate. Sure, you can probably wait in the cold for hot deals Black Friday morning, but at Gerhardt's, we've got the fire all month long.
Hey neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city's on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, this is Richard Deitch, the host of the Sports Media Podcast. If you're interested in what's happening with all the places where you consume sports, the Sports Media Podcast has you covered. Here's longtime NFL and NBA announcer Ian Eagle.
Would I find this entertaining if I was sitting on the couch watching the game, or would this be a nuisance? Would this get in the way? Does it enhance the enjoyment for the viewer, or at some point are you becoming an annoyance?
Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin. Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries, got them. Leaves raked. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat. But which one? There are many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
You've heard me talk for years now about Chapman, the Chapman family team, Chapman windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation. They really do it all, and they've made my home more beautiful, more energy efficient. But, you know, if you're thinking about more than windows, maybe you're thinking about siding, maybe you're thinking about stucco remediation, I want to tell you I would trust no one else with this particular investment in your home. So if you're thinking of maybe updating your current siding, or especially if you're thinking about removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, you definitely want to think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available right now, the curb appeal of your home, obviously it's going to pop. It'll be beautiful. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or maybe vinyl siding will certainly add value and beauty to your home. And right now, this is the time, the best time, to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers They are the professionals you want on the job. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or all that beautiful hardware, just give them a call. You can text them. They're listening right now. They are like-minded. 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. You can actually take a virtual tour at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com to make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It was a beautiful day. Sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving.
It is 7:32 on a Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Eve. I'm just checking out some of the details on the hostage release, and Israel was posting a list of the potential people they will be releasing, 300 names. The majority of them are male, 16 to 18 years old. I'm sorry if I'm skeptical that these are children that are being released by Israel. It sure feels like they're releasing fighting age people. Terrorists, if you will. Is that wrong of me? And why is my nose itching? What does that mean? What does that mean in body language terms?
No, I think what you're saying is just factually correct. I mean, right?
Yeah. I believe that it is a fighting age if you're 16 to 18 years old in that region. And you probably have a couple of kids already, too. Who knows? But we're still waiting for full details on this. It's a good sign if we are getting people released. I know 240 hostages was the original number. And until they're all out, it's just not a good deal. The other update that I was reading, yesterday we talked about Elon Musk suing Media Matters for America, and the lawsuit is huge, and then the Texas Attorney General is opening a major investigation into Media Matters because of what they've done to try and attack Elon Musk, Twitter, X, etc., and go after the revenue stream. Well, when you go after someone like Twitter X and when your Media Matters for America, the one interesting thing you should be prepared for is to have your own background investigated. And it appears that the CEO of Media Matters, the president of Media Matters, may have a problem with some of his own past blog posts. This guy who's leading this group that claims to be, they're holding up the fine standards of media. They want media to be better than it is right now. Well, Angelo Carusone, current president, leading the boycott against everybody who's on the right. He now has a history of blog posts that include him writing about trannies. I'm quoting him, but he refers to transgender people as trannies, which we know that's verboten language. At one point, he referred to Jewish people and used the term Jewry, which is an offensive.
Wow.
Yeah, and the one that really is interesting, and this is in Zero Hedge, has the cover of this, talking about how the president of, he was talking about a story about a basketball team that was, I guess, in Japan. The basketball coach is in hot water for making girls on the team run naked, possibly videotaped, and hitting them as to inflict post-traumatic stress disorder. The coach contends he was trying to infuse a fighting spirit into the girls to help them win in competition. And this guy, who's the head of Media Matters, went on to write, well, when I played basketball in high school, we were meant to shower naked with all the other guys in the team in a giant shower, and we were dealt in the same kind of a hand. we were handled the same way. And he wrote online, quote, "The point is, lighten up, Japs. I had to shell out $4,000 a year for the treatment that you're getting for free.
Wow.
Consider yourselves lucky," close quote.
This is the founder of Media Matters?
No, he says the current president of Media Matters. The
Wow.
founder, David Brock. He's you know David
I
Brock.
do, yeah.
He has wild hair.
Yep.
David Brock is not the current president, but this guy is. And the Daily Wire has done the research from years ago. Media Matters covered this as well. Daily Caller has the original story from months ago. A headline: Media Matters president wrote blog posts about Japs, jewelry, and trannies. And so he's going to say that he's a member of the LGBT community, so he's going to try and claim immunity. But I don't know if this is going to help his case at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct. If you go after somebody, make sure you have a squeaky clean background. That's all I'm saying.
Isn't that the first thing they ask you in politics if you're going to run for office? They pull you in and go, okay, tell us everything in your past that could destroy you in public.
Yep.
Which is why I've never run for anything. I never will.
Yep.
Not even a bus. But this story, it looks like Elon Musk, who has boundless money. He has limitless legal funding. So he will be able to sue Media Matters into oblivion, hopefully. And the Federalist had a great piece yesterday talking about that fact. So I hope that happens.
Well, he filed it. It's filed. He's moving forward with it, and I think that they messed with the wrong billionaire. I really do, because I think what they don't get about him is that he'll go through, because he has that kind of a focused mind, where he's going to say that he was engaging in arguments over, let's say, media or that sort of thing, but that he's going to go through, study the algorithms, how Media Matters actually came about, so that they could produce the results and the appearance of what they did, and he's going after them big time. And so this is not going to go away.
Well, when you look at people like Media Matters and the Southern Poverty Law Center and even the Center for American Progress, these are three very well-funded groups that have gone after conservatives, conservative media, and anybody who won't stand with them and parrot their statements. And this is the first time somebody with deep enough pockets has stepped up and said, no.
Yep.
No, we're not going to take this.
And it makes me wonder how many, because I doubt that this is the first time. The allegation is that they use technology to manipulate something to make it appear like these neo-Nazi ads or whatever images, not ads, neo-Nazi images were prevalent, and that Musk and his Twitter X, allowed this whole thing, but that they technologically manipulated the imagery that that they were claiming that existed. And Elon Musk is saying, nope, you fabricated, you manipulated it. And so my question is, well, how many other times has Media Matters done this, and who have they done it to? That's my question, because I believe that what's going to come out there, this is going to open up this Pandora's box, and we're going to see, the curtain will be pulled, and we'll see what they've been up to.
Well, the idiotic thing that Media Matters did here is they messed with people who not only understand the technology, but created the damn technology.
Yeah.
So they can follow the digital footprints back to where it came from. And what Media Matters allegedly did, and apparently Musk has great proof of this, is they created a bunch of fake accounts and then started doing searches and did effectively millions of repetitions of those searches until they saw a tweet that appeared next to an ad from IBM or Apple, screen capped those, and then sent them to IBM and Apple and said, are you sure you want to be associated with these kind of statements on social media? And they were the only people who saw those ads connected to those statements by those white supremacist groups, neo-Nazis, were the Media Matters accounts. So it was only one user who had that experience. And now Musk has the ability to go in and say to a court, his lawyers have the ability to go in and say, Your Honor, we've been robbed. They've taken away this revenue at this point, and there needs to be a remedy. So I think Media Matters messed with the wrong guy in a big time. And as you said, Dawn, Elon Musk is one of those guys, once he's fixated on you, he ain't going away.
Nope.
And I don't know if that's because he's on the spectrum or if he's just laser focused.
And we've done the stories, right, where the guy doesn't sleep.
Right.
He doesn't sleep. He doesn't get much sleep. So he's always looking at this stuff and he's always studying. He's always reading. And so now when he said that this is going to be a thermonuclear lawsuit, I believe him. And this is just the beginning. And you know what? They deserve everything they get because they're we've all dealt with Media Matters. They're nasty people. It's one thing to be a nonprofit where you genuinely, go after, call out things that you disagree with or you disagree with policy matters or et cetera. But the feeling about them, they play dirty, they're underhanded. That's my feeling about them. And so now he's going to, I think, expose the underbelly of this nasty alleged nonprofit and who funds them, who supports them.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it happens quickly. And, David Brock, the guy who was the creator or the founder of Media Matters for America, may want to pull the plug on this quickly. But these groups have a tendency to then go away and then just come back with a new name. If you look at George Soros's list of organizations, there are a couple of hundred groups under the Soros umbrella, all going towards the same one world idea. And if one of them gets caught up in something, they just shut it down and they move the money to the other. So even if Media Matters goes away, they've had a multi-year run over a decade, and they'll likely come back as a different organization. The Southern Poverty Law Center's lost how many lawsuits, and they're still in existence and still being used as MSNBC experts. So we'll keep an eye on that. I got to get one more in here. I mentioned The View earlier.
Yeah.
And I don't always watch The View, but they were upset yesterday because Univision dared to interview Donald Trump. And it just surprises me when the left is so flipped out because they are actually talking to a guy who is leading in many presidential polls. The former president, who currently holds a commanding lead in 5 swing states, now sitting on the heads of all the liberals, freaking them out. And they're doing everything they can. And to me, this sounds like mainstream media, ABC, which owns The View, threatening Univision just because Donald Trump appeared on a Univision interview. Here's just a couple of clips from merged together from yesterday's View.
It was hours long. He was rambling. Univision, watch out. Yeah, we're watching you. Yeah.
We're watching you, Univision. Excuse me? Sonny and Whoopi are watching you.
Brain trust.
Wasn't that was Ana Navarro, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's in there, too.
Yeah.
And it was Sonny, Anna, and the new Anna. I think she's an Ozempic person these days, too.
Yeah.
There's less of Anna to see. Good for her. I hope she's healthier. But how dare you? How dare you tell a major, and Univision is a gigantic media outlet, and bigger probably globally than ABC. How dare you tell them they have to be monochromatic in their opinions? It's just insulting, I think, to their audience. But there you go.
I think that when you look at the population shift, and what is it by a certain year, is it 2035 or whatever, that 1 in 4 Americans will be of Hispanic descent. And so I think Trump going toward this audience, we saw that Miami rally, where he is popular in this particular community, and he's going after it. and I think they're freaking out, and I think they like him. And I
Well,
think this is a brilliant strategy on his part.
Here's the interesting details. Harvard did a study on second-generation Hispanic Americans. Second generation of Hispanic Americans tend to be ultra-conservative and people of faith.
Yep.
And that scares the hell out of the left. And to see any erosion, if you see a 10-point erosion in either black voters or Hispanic voters, Democrats are done. And they're freaking out right now. They're panicking.
Yep.
And it is 7:47 on this Thanksgiving preview, Thanksgiving Eve, time for the cut sheet, is it not?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out over 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Remember what we said yesterday, talking all about Media Matters and all those organizations with way too much time on their hands what their end goal is for shows like this. So it's imperative that you patronize our sponsors. At least go in and say, hey, we support you. Thank you for advertising on 1210 WPHT. All right, let's go to The View, since that's where you started, Michael Pelka. Whoopi said yesterday that if Trump is reelected, we deserve what we get for not being loud enough. Did you guys know that they're not being loud enough? Cut 6, guys. Go.
I also want to point out the fact that that is not how we work as government.
Right.
We're not a dictatorship. You can't say, oh, it's me, so you can't decide it's you. The people have to decide it's you. They're not going to let you do that. And it's important to know that just because you want it to happen, it doesn't happen that way. We have checks and balances, which has kept you in line. That's what's kept us from going over.
You're not always going to get what you want.
No, you're not.
But if he gets reelected, he will.
Well, listen. If he gets reelected, we deserve what we get.
Yeah.
If we put him back in, if he gets back in, we deserve what we got, because it meant that we were not loud enough or strong enough, or that a constitution wasn't strong enough to keep this bozo out.
I know.
Constitution.
The Constitution would keep Donald Trump out.
Yeah.
Well, there have already been 3 trials about trying to use the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, to block Trump from even being on ballots, and that's been stopped. But you notice how they're setting this up to once again say, "Not my president."
Oh yeah.
And even Joy Behar, I'm not voting for him. Well, guess what? Joe Biden's my president. I'm embarrassed as crap about it. But he's still the president.
You bring up a very interesting point. I remember that in the 2000s, I think it was the early 2000s, they had those George W. Bush shirts that said, "Not my president." Do you remember that, Mike?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you had people on the streets.
Election deniers.
No, they were complete. Well, if you go to the RNC Twitter X account, there's a 24-minute clip of Democrats denying the elections that got Donald Trump elected. And if we went all the way back to 2000, to Bush v. Gore, I still have friends who say, well, Bush was an illegitimate president.
That's funny.
All the way back. And they're still, I'm like, wow, put that down. It's heavy. You've been carrying it for 23 years now.
That's funny.
But
Dean Phillips is running for president, I
yes.
believe.
Yes, he is. Yes. Or he's the dean of DeVry College,
So-
and you keep the tools or something.
He was on with Abby Phillip last night, discussing his run. He's calling now on his fellow Democrats to join the presidential race. So he wants everybody in. Everybody in the pool. Water's fine. Not really sure if this guy is really a Democrat. Not really sure how this helps the party, but sure. Let's go this way. Cut 10, guys. Go.
Harris, Governor Newsom, Governor Pritzker,
Have you
Governor
asked
Whitmer.
Vice President Harris to
I've not
run
asked her.
directly?
I've not asked her directly.
But
I
you
made the
would.
public call,
Okay.
and I'll do it. I'll do it publicly right now. To all who believe that we need to do better, who all believe we need change, and who recognize that the polls are saying that President Biden is going to lose to Donald Trump, enter the race, just like I did. The water is warm. Vice President Harris, anybody, Governor Whitmer, Governor Pritzker, Governor Newsom, all the people who are kind of circling like vultures right now, right? Join the race. That's what you do in democracy. And most of all, I can tell you, having gone through the nonsense and the misery of actually simply doing what you do in democracy, it's actually joyful. It's amazing. And the country needs us now, not in 2028, because if Donald Trump wins, Abby, there will not be a 2028. So Vice President Harris, yeah. You know what? It's probably hard because you're the vice president right now. But you know what? Jump in.
All right.
Jump in.
Congressman Dean Phillips.
What will kill us
appreciate you
first,
joining us
guys?
here in the
Climate
studio.
change, or if Donald Trump's elected, there won't be a 2028.
They better make up their minds. Yeah, you've got Scarborough telling his audience that Donald Trump will execute people. And now you've got CNN bringing in this guy. I wonder what his constituents think. I wonder what Dean Phillips voters think right now. Hey, the guy we voted to go there and get taxes lowered and maybe get the infrastructure repaired a little bit here in our district, he's calling for Kamala Harris to challenge Joe Biden.
By the way, if there's going to be no 2028, it looks like I picked the wrong time to bring a child into this world. Sorry, guys.
Well, Greta Thunberg told you that.
I know. That's why all the Gen Zers aren't having kids, right? Because the world's going to end.
How slow is CNN last night that they got to book this guy?
It's a great point.
That's all I'm saying. You have this gigantic hostage deal, and whose show was this on?
Abby Phillip.
Abby Phillip is saying, you know who we need? Can we get Dean Phillip here? Is Dean Phillips available tonight, or is this bingo night? It's just insane.
Oh God, it is insane. Yeah, I mean CNN, that primetime lineup or whatever it is, it's already so low energy, and then to have you wonder why they're booking guests like that. I mean, try something else, guys. Honestly, just try something else. You're not going to out MSNBC. You're not going to out Fox. So, try something else. Maybe basket weaving.
Well, they had a great bump, I believe, during, and I hate to say this, but the war in Israel.
Did they, though? Because
a bump for them.
I read, and you're probably right because you follow this way more closely than I do, but I read that actually Fox got the biggest bump from this.
Well, no surprise because they have critical mass. So if Fox gets a 10% increase and CNN gets a 10% increase,
Gotcha.
Fox has a bigger jump.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. Because CNN is on, they're international. They're on everywhere, literally everywhere. Jamal Bowman, Representative Bowman, was on with Alex Wagner last night on MSNBC.
Fire Marshal Bowman.
So speaking of this, it's so funny. We talked about this, Mike, about how this video that was out that showed him pulling the fire alarm, and then the video that showed him taking down all the signs, pulling the fire alarm, and walking away like he did it intentionally. We know he did. It's kind of just been dropped, right? I mean, nothing really happened, and no investigation.
Who are you going to believe, Gregory? Who are you going to believe, Bowman or your lying eyes?
So he was on Alex Wagner's show last night, who does the Rachel Maddow show when Rachel doesn't, because she does one day a week now. She's like Howard Stern. He says that Biden's poll numbers dipping among youth. We talked about this, I think, on Monday. That NBC poll that showed 70% of 18 to 34-year-olds don't like the way Biden is handling the Israel-Hamas war. His thought on this is that because they want peace and justice. Cut 11, guys, go.
Real way. We haven't done it here, and we're not doing it globally.
Yeah, when you say we haven't done it here, I got to bring in President Biden, because there are new numbers that NBC has out about the president's support among young people and black voters. And I believe, and I don't have the numbers with me here, but I believe it is 70% of voters 18 to 35 do not agree with the way this president has handled the situation.
Stop this for 1 second, please. Just freeze it for 1 second, guys. Did she not know she was doing a TV show?
I don't have those numbers.
I don't have the numbers here.
It's an NBC poll, by the way.
It's an NBC poll. We're on MSNBC. We're doing a show about the numbers, and I don't have the numbers here. And at the same time, why does Bowman have one Alex Wagner Cup and she has two? I'm sitting here as a television producer, and I kind of got a little bit of that in my background. What's with the coffee? Are we merchandising the show?
Merchandising.
Is she calling for? Is she saying, just say, can you put that up on the screen?
Let's run that back a little bit. Let's run it back and let it go. I'm sorry I interrupted, but it was just bothering me.
Yeah, hang on.
And black voters. And I believe, and I don't have the numbers with me here, but I believe it is 70% of voters 18 to 35 do not agree with the way this president has handled the situation, the war in Gaza.
No, I mean, she clearly was going to ask that question because that was a prepared question.
Yeah.
So you would think that every segment, and you guys both know this, Dawn, you worked in TV, Mike, you did as well. Like, every segment has 10 producers. So they're like, hey, what can we make to make this? Like, we have better production values on our YouTube channel. Like, hey, what can we make to make this segment better? How about the poll that you're going to ask him about? Can you have the poll?
How about some sizzle to the steak?
The poll that you're going to ask him about. Maybe have it in front of you.
So. Yeah. And so it's either bad anchoring, because I would have just said, can we put that poll up? So I don't, I'm thinking to myself, really, you don't have it? That's bizarre. So she didn't prepare. And usually at the network level, they give you those, they give you cue cards, 5x7. The producers prepare.
The little blue cards that you have.
Exactly.
And there's a pre-show meeting where somebody goes, okay, we're going to roll in the graphic here.
Yeah.
And you could talk over that. And by the way, it's our poll.
So either you're to believe that she really came unprepared, which is hard for me to believe because they have a huge staff and there's a lot of prep and a lot of paper and a lot of cards. So I don't know. Or she's just somebody who doesn't know how to just call for that. Just say, can you put that up on the screen? It's our poll. It's an NBC poll. Let's take a look at it.
Well,
so it's bizarre.
Well, to that point on, I mean, I'm sure that poll doesn't play well with his audience. So maybe they don't, you know what I mean? So maybe they didn't want it up there.
It's bizarre.
I don't know. All right, I'm going to pick up where I left off there, guys. Go.
Talk to me about what do you attribute that to? Is that the way, is that the sort of one-sidedness, as you call it, in this conversation? And then I want to talk to you about the way this intersects with the Black experience. First, in terms of young voters, what does the president need to do differently?
Well, it's going to be tough, and it is tough, because young voters were already upset over a variety of things, including how he's handled the climate issue. He's done some good things, and it's kind of playing a yo-yo with him. He does some good things, and they come in, and then he does something else that pushes them away.
There's the poll.
And the response to the Israel-Gaza conflict.
Yeah, they scrambled to put that together.
It has really turned young people away and the BIPOC community away as well.
The BIPOC.
And it's not just the president. It's Congress for the most part. I mean, I'm in a small minority calling for a ceasefire. I mean, the majority, it's growing a little bit. It started as like 6 or 8, but now it's up to 30, which is really good. But the president hasn't done that. And young people, they want peace. They want justice. They want a diplomatic response to what's going on. They want us to spend more money on education and jobs and climate and keeping people out of prison and healthcare than we spend on war. And this president, at the moment, is not showing the capacity to do that. And the party and the Congress, not just the party, all of Congress isn't showing the capacity to do that. So I think it's a combination of all these things that's turning young people off. And people of color have been turned off for a while because of lack of comprehensive immigration reform, if you're talking about the Latino community, and no conversation at all about reparations if you're talking about the Black community. But we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars every year on weapons and war, but we can't even have a conversation about reparations?
Got it?
Freeze it on that final shot, if we could, back. Something very subtle and maybe not so subtle from MSNBC here. Do you notice the background?
The war over the war?
The Palestinian flag is flying above the Israeli flag, which is dipped.
Yeah.
This is an obvious slam to Israel. And that started out there through the entire segment. So MSNBC tells you right off the bat what they're doing in terms of media bias here. The Palestinian flag is flying. The Israeli flag diminished, smaller, and dipped in the background.
Yeah, that's a good pickup by you.
So,
think about that visually, and then her hesitation to talk about a poll, whatever's going on there. That's the kind of bias that's maybe nuanced. That some people might say, well, it's debatable, this and that. But just look at that bias that you picked up just by the visual and the set, and just by the way that they're not really highlighting this poll, which shows why Trump is trouncing in Biden right now and those younger voters. That's the headline. That's the truth. At least to her credit, Kristen Welker was kind of astounded by it. You know, when she was talking about it, I think yesterday you talked about that, right? Where she was like, oh my goodness. Yep. At least she reacted, I don't know, in a real way.
But Bowman is completely blind to the reality of that number, as you pointed out brilliantly, Dawn. Bowman can only go to the party line saying, well, we're not spending enough money on climate, and we're not even having a conversation on reparations. So why do you really think, if we were to look at, I wish we had the list here. I can't believe we don't have the poll up here, Gregory.
Sorry.
What are the top issues among the BIPOC people? What is it that voters of color really want? Is reparations even the top 5? I doubt it. Yeah. I think people want stability in the economy. People want stability in the pricing. People want a certainty in their own safety, which is not happening. And if you look at all of this, Bowman is even idiotically blind to what's going on in Chicago. When he talked about immigration, I thought he was going to hit the nail on the head. In places like Chicago and New York, where people of color are standing up and saying, hold on a second, you're spending $3,200 a month on people who are here illegally, and we can't get the gym opened for basketball practice? That I think the Democrats have missed it totally on the real problems with how the government has bent over backwards to take care of the 8.5 plus million people that have come into this country. And this just proves that they're not paying attention to the voters, and that hopefully 548 days from now will hurt them.
I've been waiting to...
I'm sorry, 348 days. I got way ahead of myself. Sorry. It's less than a year.
I've been waiting to talk to you about this, Michael Pelka, because I believe you've been on this for a long time. And a week or two ago, Nikki Haley said that she wanted to register anonymous users on Twitter or X or social media or any of these stuff.
Day one, she said.
Yes.
Day one.
She also is going into the banning of TikTok, which a lot of conservatives, a lot of liberals, there seems to be a lot of bipartisan support on both sides for the banning of TikTok. And Mike, I know you've been on this for as long as I can remember doing a show with you.
Yeah.
Nikki Haley says that when her administration, if she's so lucky to have one, bans TikTok, she thinks teens will understand why if we explain it to them. This is what she said on Fox News yesterday. Cut 8, guys, go.
This is a truth that needs to be told to the American people, no matter what age they are. I think the younger generation is smart. I think they will understand this when we explain it to them. And yes, we're on social media too. We put videos out there. We're doing all those things, but we're doing on platforms that we know, that we can trust, and TikTok's one we don't trust.
So I want to ask your thoughts on the banning of TikTok.
Well, the problem with banning TikTok, and I'm all about getting rid of TikTok, I think it is one of the worst things allowed in our country in a long, long time. China has found a a way to get everybody's information through the back door of their computers. And we may be trying to close the barn door after the horse is out, to use an old Texas expression. But the reality here is, if you ban TikTok, and I do believe it's dangerous, it's awful, it's terrible, it's a tool of the Chinese Communist government, you have to replace it with something. There has to be something to take its place. You're not going to be able to, this is heroin to kids. And it is so pervasive that, you see ads now for TikTok senior communities so grandma and grandpa can talk to the kids via TikTok.
Yeah.
They're buying ad time on TV. China's not stupid. This is a funnel of information out of all of our homes, our computers, everything into China. And I'll go back to the statement we've said before 1,000 times. TikTok in China has none of the stupidity, none of the trans promotion, none of it, none of the stupid dances or challenges. TikTok is educational in China. And here, it's opium for the masses. And it also opens the door to all your personal information. So while the idea is good, you're not going to be able to do it unless you have a replacement for it. And I don't know if that's even possible. But it's almost like we had the discussion yesterday about me agreeing with John Fetterman about taking the land away from China.
Yep.
The question then becomes, where does that land go? Who controls it?
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to go through this whole process. And I believe China shouldn't own any of our land, and I believe China shouldn't own the space in our kids' heads via TikTok. But then again, the parents have to deal with that too.
Peter S. on the YouTube chat has a very interesting point. He says, why is everyone worried about their info on TikTok when people already post all of their info on Facebook? They check in all the time. They post their phone numbers, birthdays, etc. It's true. I mean, look, you can have, your info, all of our info is out there. You know what I mean? So, because I'm sure even the most pure people who are have private browsers or go to DuckDuckGo or whatever, I'm sure they've at some point put in an email address, a something into some sort of website in order to read something or get something. So your information is already out there, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, but
Yeah.
why open it up and make it easy? I mean, the second time this year I've had to replace a credit card because it got hacked, and somebody was buying blinds in northern New Jersey with a credit card I used online the other day. So
Sorry, Mike.
it happens. I hope the
apologize
blinds
about
are
that.
nice, Gregory.
Yeah, no,
I hope
they're
they
very
fit
nice.
well.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, it's tough because it's out there. But why give up?
Yeah.
That's the question I ask. Why surrender?
I think the difference with Google, or there is a difference, although we've talked about this with Google and Facebook and how they track you for the advertising business and marketing and all of that. But there was that Consumer Reports investigation. It was released within the past, couple months. It was this fall that said that TikTok actually, even if you don't have the app, so they put in these tiny trackers or pixels. And so that's what fascinates me, that they put them in websites, other websites, in other words, in Google and Facebook. And so those pixels help the company target the ads. And then the question is, what else? So they're doing all this online tracking. And then the question is about security. And the question is, what else? What other information are they gathering about you?
Mm-hmm.
And you think about all those sites. Remember, wasn't it a Russian site? And they said, oh, for free, just, show your face, put your face in there.
Yep.
And then we'll show you what you're going to look like, when you're 10 years from now or whatever. Well, obviously they want they're talking about your ID, your face ID, because that's what we're going toward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guilty of that already because my phone, I put it up and it has my, it's Face ID. You know what I mean? So, look, I surrender. I know my information is out there. If you want my information, I'm sure it's out there. So, but I do want to try and protect, the next generation, my kids, my kid for as long as I can.
Oh, is there another one coming?
No,
Did you just
no,
reveal something?
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, just check it.
One's
But,
good.
Greg brings up what I think Dawn already knows, and that it starts with the parents.
Yeah.
The kids are going to get hit by marketing from everywhere. The minute they walk out the house, they go to school, they're on the bus, wherever they are with their friends. But if they've got a base built in, if they have a foundation, then at least you have a fighting chance.
Yeah. Let's do that. Actually, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We're streaming live right now. If you're watching, please hit the like button. We're only at 77 likes, so please hit the like button so we can get to over 100 likes. Also, if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. We hit our goal of 5,000, which is fabulous. But we want to keep this. We want to keep this train going. What we've done with this YouTube channel in just like 6 or 8 months is just astounding, and thank you to everybody for doing that, and thank you for everybody for participating. I know there are a few of us who don't love being on camera all the time, and I apologize for that, but thank you for that nonetheless. All right, how soon is too soon, guys? And when I say that,
for
hello,
for what?
For jokes about the deceased.
Oh, it's never too soon.
I agree. I agree with you, but I'm playing to the mommy in the room because I know she's going to disagree with this. So, this is comedian Hans Kim. I've never heard of this person, but he went viral for a joke that he made about Matthew Perry weeks after the Friends star's death on October 28th. The comic, who has 50,000 followers on TikTok, posted a clip of a stand-up routine to the video site. In it, he tells a joke about Perry's death just weeks after the beloved TV star suffered an apparent drowning at his L.A. home. So he got roasted online for this. Everybody's saying, it's despicable, it's this, how dare you. The joke's not even that funny or that good. I don't know. I just want to... I'm going to play it, and you can weigh in on if you think, first, if the joke's funny, and second, is it too soon? And what is too soon? Cut one, guys, go.
Sad to hear that the great Matthew Perry died alone in a hot tub. You know, for a guy on a show called Friends, he could have used a couple.
That's good.
Who knew the opening credits were his cry for help?
You remember the opening credits? They were all dancing around in the...
That's
I wish he'd have gone further.
I agree.
I actually think that was a good opening.
Yep.
And then he could have continued. I would have spent some time going through some episodes of Friends to maybe point out warning signs.
Agreed.
So, as a fan of the late Gilbert Gottfried, and
me too.
As somebody who still misses being able to sit at the bar at Caroline's with him and just talk openly, he was the king of too soon.
Yep.
He was the king of that.
The first person to make jokes about 9/11 after it happened on the
Absolutely.
on the Hugh Hefner roast, I believe, on Comedy Central.
Yeah, and he was fearless. And comedy is not safe.
Amen,
and
brother.
Never should it be.
That's why we get along so well, because you're a comedy purist like myself. Dawn, thoughts? Too soon?
No, I think it was, it's fair game,
Yeah.
and I think it was funny.
Yep. Wow. All right.
Sorry.
Not where I thought it was going to go, but okay.
Well, I'm always surprised by Dawn. She's
that's why I love it. Yeah.
She's
Absolutely.
a conundrum wrapped in
It is.
some kind of mystery or whatever that phrase
I'm a
is.
woman.
She's amazing.
Yes, you are a WOMAN.
That's why this show is so spectacular, because you never really know where anybody's point of view is going to come. Like I literally pulled this because I knew where you were going to come down, Mike. I knew where I was going to come down. I thought Dawn was going to be the wild card, and she.
Well, it would be interesting.
She was, because she had a different point of view than I thought she was going to, which is interesting.
Have the Friends people stood up and been outraged by this?
It's a great question. I doubt it.
Because I'll bet you if they all got together and they had a real, my Irish roots are showing, if they had an Irish wake and they all sat around and got hammered and told stories, I'll bet you there would be some great stories.
Some YouTube chats. Mike Carr says all this guy does is offensive jokes. He's on Kill Tony all the time, the opposite of PC. I don't know what I've literally never heard of the guy.
Well, there was a Kill Tony banner on the table
Yes.
behind him,
Yeah,
so
and
maybe it's a regular show.
And I saw Pauly Shore on the dais as well, so I'm not sure.
Who?
Sid Weiss says, I think 9/11 was different than Matthew Perry. I could be wrong. I agree. It's just the first example I could think of about something that happened that somebody made a joke right after it happened. Right?
Yeah, it's Gilbert Gottfried known for it, and this guy may be trying to pick up that mantle. There's an open space in the comedy world for somebody who's unafraid to go right after any sacred cows immediately.
All right, let's get on to travel here, shall we? Today is the biggest travel day of the year, and we have not seen records like this since last year on this date. You're going to want to get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because I'm going to play a video of a woman who lets it all loose on a plane. that's all I'm going to say. It's very visual. We can describe it, but you might want to get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. But first, Pete Buttigieg would like to tell you that if your flight gets delayed or canceled, the Department of Transportation has your back. He did a little video message for everybody traveling and flying this holiday season. The head of the Department of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, ladies and gentlemen, cut 2.
If you're planning to take a flight this holiday, here are some things that you should know. This year, we have seen some of the busiest air travel days in U.S. history. And so far, this year, our aviation system has been handling the increased volume well. In fact, cancellations are lower than they were before the pandemic, and we're pushing hard to keep it that way. But if your flight does get delayed or canceled, know that the Department of Transportation has your back. For example, we have secured enforceable commitments from the 10 largest airlines to cover expenses for things like rebooking, meals, and more when you face delays or cancellations that are the airline's responsibility. You should also know that you are entitled to a full cash refund if your flight is canceled for any reason. And our work as a watchdog has helped get over $2.5 billion returned from airlines to travelers. And if you're traveling with children, more airlines are now offering fee-free family seating, something that we are pushing to implement across the board. So, before you travel this holiday, take a moment to visit flightrights.gov, know your rights and what to expect as a passenger, and know that the Department of Transportation is here to support you.
Well, I feel better. Do you guys?
I'm just amazed because we're 3 years into the administration. I think this is the first thing he's done. And, it's not a bad little video, but really this guy was a presidential candidate.
Yep.
Really, this guy was the guy we were told, hey, if America's going to have its first gay president, it's going to be Mayor Pete.
Yep.
And yesterday, was it yesterday or was it Monday was the day that the guy he mentored was convicted on like several hundred counts of child pornography?
What?
Yeah.
I did not hear that.
Yeah. Mayor Pete was mentoring a guy in Maryland, and I believe the guy pled guilty and is facing 100 years behind bars for dozens and dozens of child porn images that he possessed and may have trafficked as well. So there's pictures of this guy at the White House, at the Department of Transportation with Mayor Pete. They're buddies. So judge by the company you keep, as Mama used to say.
Mayor Patrick Wojahn, or Wojahn, Wojahn.
Yeah.
That's the
who
one.
it is.
Okay.
That's his name.
That's Mayor Pete's pal, who's going to be.
Do we still have to say allegedly, or no? Is he being?
No, he's convicted.
Okay, good.
Convicted. So there were all kinds of allegations, but that story seemed to get buried. The mainstream media didn't want to cover it because it doesn't fit the agenda.
Well, I started that because it seems like flying right now is the best experience you could have, according to Mayor Pete. There's flightrights.org or whatever that website he said that you can. It's never been a better time right now to fly.
Sure.
I give you this woman. Now, listen, if you're watching right now on YouTube or listening right now, actually, if you're just watching, and you have kids around, you might want to
earmuffs.
Yeah, well, you might want to shield their eyes. This woman got up on a plane and decided that she needed to use the bathroom, and they weren't letting her. So what do you think she did, guys?
Went in the go in the aisleway.
I would like to thank Patty, one of our
the
listeners,
vomit bag got deployed,
for sending this video to us. Again, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. If you're watching right now with a child, you might want to shield their eyes, or if you just don't want to see the crazy women. This flight must have been a treat to be on. Cut 7, guys, go.
I'm ready to pee over here. Sorry, everybody. Are you serious?
Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God.
I don't give a no you. I gotta go pee. I don't give a you're not on Let me back.
This poor little boy next to us. Holy.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
I want this to go forever. Now, this was this in flight?
It looks like it was in flight because you can hear the announcements and everything. I'm assuming that either the bathroom was full, or maybe they weren't letting. Maybe they were descending, and I don't think they let you go to the bathroom when it's. I don't know.
Yeah, at certain points you're not allowed to get up out of your seat, and but I got to say that was pretty quick though.
It was.
Did she really have to go that much?
I don't know, but she if you're listening right now, she dropped trow, and it looked like she peed. I'm not sure.
She assumed the position.
She assumed
and
the position.
We did see there was some ink on one thigh there on the outer part of her leg. She had some tattoo action there too.
By the way, could you be any more stereotypical? like everything about this is just very stereotypical of just trashy people, isn't it? Like, ugh.
Well, airlines have become Greyhound buses with
Amen.
wings.
Amen.
It's just the first time we were on a flight, we had to go and get clothing like it was going to be Easter Sunday. My mom took us, and we all had outfits to get on the plane because it was like the first. We flew from Chicago to Florida to see our grandparents, and I had a tie on. If you've flown anywhere from, like, if you fly that overnight flight from Vegas back to Philly, it is a frat party.
Yeah.
In house pants.
Yep.
And no, people are barely dressed and barely awake.
Because I just had to look back at it and time it. By the time the person starts taking their video from their phone,
yeah,
the floor is already soaked.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. I gotta,
because I'm looking look at the reflection
right.
under her sandal.
Speaking of Abraham
Sorry,
Zapruder, we need to do this.
Yeah, we need to Zapruder this one.
Frame-
Go back and slow it
by
down.
frame. Back into the left. All right, guys, one more time. Let's roll it back. Go.
I'm ready to pee over here. Sorry, everybody.
She's already going.
That guy picks up his bag real quick. There's a guy right on the aisle, and he's got a leather backpack, and he's like, "Oh no, hell no! You are not peeing on my backpack." And he's got his eyes down. I don't want to see this. I'm not a part of this.
I mean, what are you supposed to do in a situation like that? Like these animals.
Look at the floor, though. Like, that's a lot. That's that's like the Schuylkill Expressway this morning. Quite frankly, wow. She's got some serious flow going. I mean, that was
when you get to that point, you're full, right?
Wow.
I was just gonna say. Let me just play devil's advocate, because that's what I do on this show. I'm not excusing this, but when you have to go, sometimes you have to go. I mean, what do you do if they don't let you in the bathroom? You're gonna pee in your seat, aren't you? What do you do?
She obviously so she's waiting for the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's why she goes back to the furthest corner of back by the doorway or whatever to get away from people. The funniest part is that one of the flight attendants, if you listen to it, is saying you need to drink more water because your pee smells.
Please play that back. Please play that again.
Right,
I got to hear that.
Hang on. I'm going to rewind the tape. We're going to play it one more time, guys. We're going to play it one more time, guys.
Maybe she was having,
she ate some
asparagus.
Yeah, I was just going to say she ate some asparagus. Cut 7, guys, go.
Look at that fluff.
Over here. Sorry, everybody. Are you serious? Okay, let me use the bathroom. I don't give a no you. I gotta go pee. I don't give a you never own it, bitch. Let me pass.
This poor little boy next to us. Holy.
Wow.
Now, that was not a plane with first class.
That's Spirit Airlines.
Oh, my God.
Wow. I've missed traveling, but I haven't missed traveling. I thought you were going to play the one. There was another clip yesterday that was bouncing around. A woman who was climbing over the seats, and they were saying she was possessed. And then there was another woman on the plane who started trying to get everyone to sing religious songs because they thought the woman was possessed by Satan. On the plane.
We should just have, because it's the biggest travel day of the year, so we should just have all of these airplanes and say, travel safely, folks. These are the people that you're traveling with. Like, oh God. I mean, look, she said sorry.
She pre-apologized.
She did.
She goes, sorry.
Sorry.
But then when somebody said something, cursed at her, then she's like, sorry, y'all. And she's...
John on the YouTube chat says she doesn't look like she eats any veggies. I mean, that's not,
well, they're deep
Right.
fried. It's probably, it's blooming onion does not count as a salad.
That is
just
nasty.
saying.
That's disgusting.
Oh, that is wonderful, Gregory. That is just for everybody headed to the airport today. We hope that either happens on your flight, you record it,
please
or
record
that it doesn't.
Please record it. Please record it.
My wife is the worst flyer ever.
Why?
She's terrified of flying, and I would fly to work. I would absolutely fly to work. Donna will not. If we go anywhere, it's usually maybe something that rhymes with Malium and and a couple of vodka and tonics or something to take the edge off. But if she has to go on the plane, she's making friends with the flight attendants as we're boarding, saying, "No, I have a very nervous bladder. Is there? If I need to go." And they're like, "Lady, you just better drain it now." I don't think there's any room. But what do you do? I wonder if anyone's ever experienced this. If anybody out there in the community has experienced this,
never.
But my God, I've never been that desperate.
Mm-hmm.
And you fly if you're on a 6-hour flight.
I gotta say though, it is easier to be a guy in situations like this than a female because, not on a flight, you're stuck. But like, I remember, we were traveling up to the Poconos a couple months ago, and I was just like, we were stuck in traffic, and I was just like, I can't wait. And I just pulled over to the side of the road, and you can pee in the woods. Women don't always have that luxury. You know what I mean? Like, it takes more. It takes more
Snapple
planning.
bottle. A Snapple bottle is always, we used to call that a big gulp, the trucker's friend.
Sure. Anyway, all right. One more, and then we can get to the big 3 at 8. Speaking of things going viral online, the other night on Hannity's program, Kaylee McEnany was the guest host, and she had on Jason Chaffetz, whatever.
Jason Chaffetz.
Talking about the cost of everything. And he's making news because, the price of everything is 25% higher. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. However, what he ended up paying for his turkey, cut 5, guys, go.
I mean, we went to go buy a turkey today. It was $90 for a turkey. The price of stamps is up 32% in the last 4 years. But it's all a choice by Joe Biden. That is what Bidenomics is.
I mean, Brian, okay, you mentioned
Like what?
$90.
How big was the turkey?
Where is he buying his turkey? $90?
Maybe he means with all this, with
No,
everything.
he posted a photo online. It was like a diesel turkey. Like, I don't know if it's like diesel jeans.
What?
But it was a diesel. Hang on. I have to get his, if you go to his Twitter page, the turkey is up there with the 115. It was actually $115 he paid for it.
Well, he's just stupid.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I got a free turkey.
That's not smart. That's just not being a...
Come on.
There it is. Diesel turkey ranch, young turkey. Total price $114.02. I'm gonna put guys in the back. I'm gonna send you this screenshot if you can put it up there.
While you're doing that, yesterday, Cringe, the press secretary, was talking about Thanksgiving, and she was quite ebullient about where things were and the prices, and said this.
As we start preparing our Thanksgiving meals, grocery inflation is at its lowest level in over 2 years, with prices for eggs, milks, bacon, and fresh veggies lower than last year. In fact, according to the American Farm Bureau, the cost of a Thanksgiving dinner fell this year. Prices are down for turkey, stuffing, peas, cranberries, pie crust, and whipping cream. We had a big discussion about whipping cream in the back.
She had never heard of whipping cream. She had only heard of whipped cream. She didn't understand where it came from. But the reality is they all expect us to have the same memory as Joe Biden. We can only remember back to last year. If you go from 2019 or 2020, as Gregory stated, every cost is up an average of 25%. Every single one of those is still 25% higher than it was under Donald John Trump.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with any of his points about, the price of everything being higher. I'm just saying, why are you paying $115 for a turkey?
Yeah.
And what kind of turkey? It doesn't even look like a big turkey.
No.
Boys, I don't know if we have that photo, if you can put it up. If you can, that'd be great. $114.02 for a, where is it? Myers Meats and Food is in Utah, it looks like. Yep.
Somebody's taking advantage of Jason Chaffetz.
I know.
And nobody pushed, like, Kaylee McEnany didn't even push back on it, being like, where the hell are you getting your turkey from? Like $90 for a turkey. They're like, oh, wow, that's really expensive.
But you know what? I am looking up from the KJP audio you played.
Yeah.
CBS News. Thanks to turkey, the average price for Thanksgiving dinner is down this year. MSNBC, falling turkey prices are making this year's Thanksgiving feast a little easier on the wallet. CNN. Also, Thanksgiving dinner will be less expensive this year. So
well, that's like saying, hey, welcome back to fat camp. You're a pound lighter than you were last year, but you're still 20 pounds overweight.
You had to bring up fat camp.
Yeah, it is 19. If we go back to 2019, 2020, the prices for every one of those items she talked about are up double digits. Every single one. Mm-hmm. And the only reason eggs are down is because they've been so successful in recreating the hen laying flocks.
Yes.
And now we have enough eggs. But everything is higher. Everything is 20+% higher, including turkey, when Donald Trump was in. And they're all doing handsprings over gas prices. I checked this morning. It's $3.31 a gallon nationally, which is still over $1 higher than it was when Donald Trump was president. Yes, it's down from the peak, but it's still it's still like it's like 70% higher. If Trump was $2.20 a gallon and you're $3.31, guess what? You're paying 50% more.
Joseph Hauserman on the YouTube chat says 22-pound turkey for $14 with points at Wise Market or Weis Market.
There you go.
That's what I mean. Like you can get a pretty inexpensive.
I gotta sell Jason Chaffetz something. What do we have that we can sell to Jason Chaffetz?
Look, I'm all for paying a little more to get better quality stuff.
Yeah.
But that's just they saw like what. And by the way, what is a young turkey? You know what I mean? Like what does that mean? It means
that's from Epstein Farms.
Oh, God.
But I'm
That's so
pumped.
wrong.
That's
I
not
know.
right.
Sorry.
That's not right. All right, that's what I got.
Can I throw one more on the pile?
Absolutely can.
Yesterday, we got good news yesterday, and that the system works. Yesterday, Oscar-winning actress Susan Sarandon had the pendulum come back and hit her. The karma hammer swung back. It was a couple weekends ago that she was addressing crowds at a pro-Palestine event. And at that event, she said something that was despicable. And it finally came home to roost. In case you missed it, here's what she said on November 17th.
People that are afraid of being Jewish at this time and are getting a taste of what it feels like to be a Muslim in this country, so often subjected to violence.
So she said, and it was loud, I'm sorry, a lot of people in this country, Jews, are afraid to be Jewish. And they're finally learning what it's like to be a Muslim in this country. Jews make up about 2.4% of the population, but make up over 60% of the hate crimes are against people of the Jewish faith. And yesterday, her agent in Hollywood, happens to be a Jewish man, dropped her like a bad transmission. So she does not have representation. She was represented by UTA, one of the largest agencies out in Hollywood, which is now also the backlash is threatening the production of her next movie. So it's kind of interesting to see that Hollywood actually is maybe waking up and being a little more socially conscious to stuff like this. Nice to see. That's wrapping up the early edition of the Cut Sheet. Let us move on into the Big Three at 8 o'clock.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
So we are sponsored this morning by Wawa in our Big Three. Number one, as an Israeli cabinet has approved it, the truce for hostages for the big deal with Hamas. And as well, we will see at least 50 hostages, mostly or all women and children, to be released in a 1-to-3 ratio with those Palestinian prisoners who will be, 3 of them will be released for every 1 hostage that's released. That's the latest. We are expecting Benjamin Netanyahu as well to speak out this morning about that one. So we're awaiting that, and that could be a breaking news story at any moment this morning. As we talk about what's going on in Philadelphia, major delays at PHL. Long lines are reported because of TSA and people making their way through those TSA lines. But before you get to the airport, if you're driving to the airport, we still have a lot of major traffic jams going on. 476, I-95, the Schuylkill. We've got flooding on many roadways this morning. So holiday travel. And yes, Greg Stocker, they're saying this is the busiest holiday travel week that we've seen since pre-pandemic times. Yeah. So there you have it.
They said the same thing last year, and nobody fact-checked them, and nobody had any sort of data afterwards that said we were right or we were wrong.
Well, did you see the footage that was popping up on the news last night from Los Angeles, the helicopter shot of the highway?
No.
Guys in the back, if you could take a quick check, the 5 that runs to that's the big highway on the west side that runs to the airport.
Yep.
It's like 7 lanes each direction. There's a helicopter shot showing headlights for miles going each direction. So, yeah, just if we think we've got it tough here, maybe LA. I don't understand. I thought everybody had left. But I'll find it and send it to you. We can get a link up to it as well.
Number 3 in the Big Three, let's talk about New Jersey, because the First Lady of New Jersey, who's also, a Senate candidate, Tammy Murphy, well, she has announced a new bill proposal guaranteeing rights to doulas. So this went viral because many people saying, Wow, isn't she the first lady? I didn't really know that she could propose legislation. So the bill would also require medical facilities to post their doula policies online. But she made this big announcement, her first public appearance since announcing her run for U.S. Senate last week. She was at the University Hospital, this is North Jersey, for a maternal and infant health roundtable discussion where she announced this legislation that would guarantee patients that you do have a legal right to doulas during your pregnancy.
Question from the floor, please, Dawn. What's the difference between a doula and a midwife?
I never had a doula. I think the doula acts as an advocate for you throughout the process.
I've got a neighbor who's a doula, and I'm always embarrassed to be like, okay, what does that mean? What do you doula?
What do you doula?
What do you doula?
I think they doula some yoga with you, to keep you limber during. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally teasing.
I breathe, push, push, push. I don't understand. I know what midwifery is, and we all remember talk show host Ricky Lake. At least I think we do.
Of course.
She delivered her baby at home in a bathtub, and I think she said she had a doula with her. But I don't understand. Maybe somebody does understand
I think
the difference.
They're there for emotional support, and so they're ultimately they're kind of like somebody who's an advocate for you. Whereas a midwife, I think, is there for more of the physical act. Like they're going to help you give birth to the baby. Hoorah! Let's do this.
And
a doula, is like the pre-planning, helping you write up your birth plan, manage your labor pain if you don't want any medication. They're going to take you through the breathing and all that stuff.
So a midwife might work under the direction of a doula.
Perhaps.
And this was a giant problem in the state of New Jersey that needs a bill. That's all I'm saying. It's good to know that candidate Tammy is working on the really crisis issues in the state of New Jersey.
Yeah, because I did not know that it was illegal to have a doula. Right?
Wow.
Is it actually illegal to have the doula? I mean, see, she's saying they're going to make sure that you can have a doula. I didn't know anybody banned doulas. But anyway, that's your new candidate for United States Senator. So we'll see. Is there a Republican in the running yet? A serious Republican running for that seat, by the way? Is that?
I don't know. Wasn't Jeff Van Drew thinking of actually throwing his hat in the ring on that? I heard a rumor about that, and maybe there's not enough upstate knowledge of Jeff Van Drew. But
I think that I don't know that he's interested in it. I think that is a big rumor. There's also a big rumor about Jack Ciattarelli, even though he has his heart set on governor. Would he take this one, as a lock and to obviously this offsets the balance of the United States Senate. So I've heard Ciattarelli. I've heard a bunch of names, but Ciattarelli is probably the biggest name I've heard.
That's probably the strongest.
Yep.
And then Van Drew keeps his seat as well. So it's all about that balance of power. And this was a seat that nobody had planned on coming up for real serious contention. And does Tammy have a shot? That's what I want to know. With bills like the doula bill, maybe she's going to push her right over the top there.
No, I love that. I think of all the things going on, think about what, at the same time that Phil Murphy is making this big, proud announcement that there are going to be no more gas-powered vehicles in the state of New Jersey by, what did I report?
2035, yeah.
Right? So he's announcing that, and she's talking about, you can have a doula, right? Hippie mama or whatever. And so it feels out of touch.
Yep, I was just going to say that.
Right?
Well, on the banks, I don't mean to interrupt the big three here, but yesterday Ford Motor came out and walked way back from its commitment to all electric vehicles. Ford Motor is backing away. Toyota has never said they're going to go all electric. And yesterday, Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson, who is a big stinking deal overseas, wrote a scathing op-ed against electric vehicles, saying, hey, we're done here. You might want to hang on to a gas-powered vehicle. So I do feel like we have walked away from it. And as a recovering electric vehicle owner, I think I have experience here. So I know that the whole reason that Jersey signed on to this is because California did it. And there are 14 states that automatically link in with whatever California does. So this is just following up on that. It's a foolish move. It's an absolutely idiotic move.
I think, to me personally, because the whole wind turbine thing is falling apart for Phil Murphy, he's got to have something.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. That he's trying to distract from that failure. Billions in failure there.
Because I don't know that it's 2035. I don't know that he'll ever be able to fulfill this, just because of the supply chain issues, the precious metals issues. But it's a promise, New Jersey. So he made the promise.
He checks a box on the green agenda and say, yeah, I promise to eliminate those evil gooey dinosaur juice running vehicles. And so he can say that, but it'll never happen. And based on everything we're seeing, the transition's not going to happen. We don't have the ability. And again, range anxiety is a big problem, especially when it comes to winter.
Yes. Well, we are sponsored by Wawa. Welcome back to Wawa Siptopia, your handcrafted beverage happy place. So right now, all your crafted to crave favorites are only $3 for a 16-ounce and $4 for a huge 24-ounce. Gotta have a Wawa. Thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring our Big Three.
Thank you, Dawn, so much here. We have got a couple other stores that are out there. And by the way, I did a little research because I realized I sounded foolish not knowing what my lovely neighbor does. A doula, quote, according to the definition from a website that deals with such stuff, a trained professional who provides continuous physical, emotional, and informational support to their client before, during, and shortly after childbirth to help them achieve the healthiest, most satisfying experience possible. Isn't that also like a husband or someone who may have fathered the child?
Well, speaking of which, this site that I pulled up with what to expect, this one, a doula can be there as a coach while you're trying to conceive.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Come on,
Whoa. Oh, that's amazing. Do they give you a little like push? Do they push your hips?
Higher, a little higher.
Well, do they give you a medal for finishing the marathon? I mean,
for finishing. Well, that's 9
early-
months of marathoning, if you will. Wow. Boy, if you're a freakazoid, you could sign up to be a doula and say, well, I'm only in the coaching area, the preliminary round.
Well, if it's hard to conceive, it can be a chore. So you can be like, okay, do we have to do this again? All right, okay, fine.
All right, everybody take 10. We're going to come back and we're a little meal break here and come back and we're going to do this again.
Wow.
Do I have to show you how it's done?
Yeah, and we're trying to conceive. Yeah, honey, not for nothing, but this is the doula from Delilah's.
Yeah. This doula just got off of stage 2. And she can make change in 5s and 1s.
I brought home a doula.
The doula.
Her name is Candy.
Yeah, Crystal. All the doulas.
Yeah.
God help.
Wow.
Well, Tammy, your bill is getting a lot of attention today. How could she even propose a bill? It is amazing to me. I also found something of interest while we're still here in the afterglow of the country.
This is the everybody smokes now. This is the afterglow.
Yeah,
of the
everybody
country.
have a cigarette and a nap. We'll get into the 4th hour shortly. I heard something yesterday that absolutely stunned me, and this is an Iowa State representative who was leading up to Donald Trump's speech. Remember you played that clip of Trump talking about the golden showers?
I did, yeah.
A couple days ago. This is from Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Yep.
And before Trump gets on stage, they always have a conga line of local politicians who come up and give a little speechifying. And this guy apparently is the state rep. His name is Mike Sexton. And he is from that area in Iowa. And I had never heard a congressional rep, an elected official, doing a Yoda impression.
Oh, boy.
So this actually happened at a Trump rally.
One of my great heroes, the great Jedi Master himself, Master Yoda.
Oh, God.
Now, if you didn't know this was a Trump rally, you'd think this was a comedy club, right?
Exactly.
Because you're listening, it's kind of like a little tittering of laughter in the background. It sounds like maybe if we had clinking of glasses, it would sound like a comedy club.
Yep.
But this is Representative Mike Sexton at a Trump rally before Trump came out.
The dark side is very powerful in Biden. Crooked is he. Your country, he does not care. The force is strong in Trump. When he must. Help him, you can.
Oh, that's so cringy.
Caucus for him, you shall.
Oh, God, and he's still going.
He went on for quite some time.
That's hideous. That's hideous.
Mike Sexton, hometown hero in Iowa, doing his best Yoda impression.
Horrendous.
I wonder if he'll be invited back out on the campaign trail.
Nope. Trump's like, get this guy off now.
Yep.
Does anybody know what the hell's going on stage right now? Somebody's doing a Yoda impression.
I love that in his mind, he was like, you know, it's really going to kill at this rally if I do a Yoda impression.
And how hard was his wife rolling her eyes? Please, honey, do not do the Yoda impression.
God.
No, it's going to kill.
So
I swear to God, it's going to kill. This is where we get bad raps. And then there was one more. I played you that little clip of Joe, what's his name? Joe Scarborough.
Yeah.
Saying that Donald Trump's going to assassinate people. Well, not to be outdone, the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, billionaire Pritzker, the guy who allowed himself to fly everywhere on his private jet during the pandemic when everybody else was locked down, he wants you to know that Trump is Hitler without saying Trump is Hitler.
The rhetoric that's being used by Donald Trump, the rhetoric that's being used by some of the MAGA extremists, is rhetoric that was used in the 1930s in Germany. The things that he talks about are frightening to those of us who know the history of Europe in the 1930s and 40s.
How do we say Trump is Hitler without saying Trump is Hitler? That's the new challenge for the left. And they're going to try and frame him that way. Watch it on MSNBC and CNN and The View and through all these people.
It's just funny. It's just funny that these people like who won't call out Hamas, who are actually Hitler.
Yes.
But they'll call out. I mean, they've been calling Trump Hitler since 2015.
Yeah.
So the playbook hasn't changed. It's just that they're a
little more panicked right now.
Exactly.
And just remember, one finger pointed at you, three pointing right back at themselves. That's what's going on. It is 6 minutes before 9 o'clock. We've got a JFK assassination update coming up next hour, as well as another edition of the Cut Sheet. It's Mike Opelka in for Kayal on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, you've heard me talk about the fact that we recently had that great experience while we were getting my son Michael, teenager, his very first vehicle. It was a great experience for us. And wow, what an awesome experience for Michael. Driving home in that sporty new Honda Civic from my friends at Piazza Honda. The staff there is so accommodating. Everybody there just made our experience seamless and streamlined, really respecting our time as well. Most importantly, Piazza Honda found Michael the exact Civic model, the color, everything and more that he could have wanted. I just want to highly recommend to you, visit your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading for your next Honda. You're going to love it, and you're going to love Piazza Honda, by the way. Just shop online today, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Rev up the holiday spirit this year at the Bush Auto Group. We're spreading joy with toy donations for Nemours Children's Hospital in Delaware. Now through November 30th, visit our Bush Infinity location in Westchester, PA, drop off a toy, and unwrap savings of $1,000 off your next new Infinity. And that's not all. Every vehicle purchase comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to drive down the cost of vehicle ownership. Drive with purpose this season. Learn more at bushautogroup.com. Philly rides with us.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Join the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center on Saturday, December 2nd to kick off the Christmas season with free admission to the museum, crafts for the kids, holiday movies, see the Christmas tree, and the 19th century-inspired Christmas train display. Meet 1210's own Dom Giordano and former Philadelphia Eagle and 5-time Pro Bowler Irving Fryer. Celebrate Christmas and experience the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center at 5th and Market Streets, where the good book meets the history book.
American history in a whole new light.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Baked lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, perciatelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old-world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento for taste that sings. Cento. Trust your family with our family.
We're introducing Wendy's newest addition to the morning lineup. Say hello to the Wendy's all-new English muffins. They're here and they're ready for breakfast. Choose between our tasty grilled sausage, a fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese, or that Applewood smoked bacon, fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese. All of that comes sandwiched between a warm English muffin. These English muffins are the perfect way to start the day. All you gotta do is pick one. Grab an English muffin for breakfast this morning. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 9:02 on this Wednesday before Thanksgiving Eve. Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company. Don Stensland here, Gregory's here. And I just got a notice on my phone from the back because we're all so crazy disconnected. I think it's from Anthony that apparently there is, Dawn, you've been reporting on I-95 being closed today. And we have a report that there may have been a shooting there this morning. Have you heard anything on that? Or is Dawn still on a break?
Nope, I'm not on a break.
Oh, okay.
We were on
Sorry.
a commercial.
Oh.
The latest that we had was this morning. There was some flooding, but they were investigating. I think it was Philadelphia police and state police were involved, that there might have been some kind of a shooting investigation.
Yeah.
That was the I-95. It was shut down since 3 o'clock this morning.
Is it still shut down now? Do we know?
So there's still police activity.
Wow.
There's still police activity there.
What a
But
day
I
for
think-
it to be.
I know. But I believe there was the issue, it was a double whammy because they had the issues of the waterways, the water on the street as well.
Mm.
And so they also had some kind of a shooting. And we really don't have details on it. That's pretty much all they're giving us.
Wow.
So six ABC, NBC 10, a couple of them had choppers overhead all morning long. So we don't even know, was there anybody injured? Was it a road rage situation? Like they're not giving much detail.
Yeah, it was Phil that sent us that, by the way, and it was according to Bob Kelly from Fox 29.
Okay.
So
so a little credibility there.
Well, it's not just according to Bob. I mean, CBS 3 is saying
sorry.
it. Yeah.
That's just what is.
I wouldn't take my news from Bob Kelly. No offense, but there.
All right, Bob Kelly,
I know
you're out
Bob.
of here.
No, I'm just saying he's
I love Bob.
Police have confirmed that there was.
Threw Bob Kelly right under the bus, didn't we? Man.
There's a lot of people getting hit by the Dawn bus today.
I love it. I love the Dawn bus.
I love that. Dawn bus needs to have one of those like cow catchers on the front, on
That's
the like
right.
on the trains. It's like a little arrow that just clears everything out of the way. Coming through.
I've had tires on my face many times from the Dawn bus.
It's not an electric bus.
It's not.
Thank God.
That is a gas-powered, diesel-powered bus.
That's right, baby.
Thank God. Thank God. I love like crazy good weird stories too, as well as all the other political stories we do. And I saw this one yesterday, and I wonder how many of us are around people like this. There was a report yesterday about a guy named Jeffrey Holt, 82 years old, New Hampshire guy, passed away, lived in a trailer park, a mobile home park. Some people get mad when you say trailer park. He lived in a mobile home park. He had no car. He had no furniture. He lived in this very sparse setting. And the people in the town were shocked to learn that he left $3.8 million to the town.
Wow.
$3.8 million. And he's living in a trailer park. And you just got to wonder if you had that situation, if you're in your 80s and you know you got $3.8 million in the bank, are you living in a trailer park, Don?
Well, but that was his. It's a community there in a little town that he loved, and he leaves his money to the little town to education. But then I believe part of the backstory was he was a working man, but he invested well. He actually, it was like his hobby or whatever. He had a real skill for investing money in the right thing at the right time. And so supposedly it was the fact that he could invest his money and invest well.
Well,
in the stock market.
I give him credit for at least leaving a legacy. Now, the town will never forget him. He rode around town on his lawnmower. He didn't own a car.
Oh, my God.
He was one of those guys that had the
boy.
riding lawnmower, and he was the groundskeeper at the mobile home park.
It'd be like if Carl Spackler from
Yes.
Caddyshack had $3.8 million.
I'm leaving it all to everybody here at Bushwood. I leave a little legacy, a little something for the effort, you know.
Sweet.
It's a great story. And $3.8 million. But he did say the town of Hinsdale will get the benefit in the areas of education, health, recreation, and culture. So it's just amazing to think, because a lot of people are thinking about lost loved ones on the Thanksgiving holiday. But in the case of this cat, he's going to leave a legacy. I wonder how many of the trappings around us are extraneous. This guy, no furniture, no car, lived in a trailer park and left $3.8 million. And as Dawn said, a small town, that's going to be doing a lot of good in a tiny town. Now, in the same area of weird stories, because I do collect weird stories each and every day, do you collect anything, Gregory or Dawn? Do you have a collection of anything you consider worth valuable?
Yes.
Great value. And
Yes.
what category, Gregory?
I collect the 70s and 80s toys in their original packages.
Really?
Yeah.
So like Hot Wheels?
I have my collection is mainly Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, Empire Strikes Back. I have G.I. Joe stuff. I have an original Spider-Man from the early 80s. Stuff
And
like that.
G.I. Joe stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, like the 8, that Hasbro or whatever it was. G.I. Joes.
Hasbro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And in the original packaging.
In their original packaging, yeah. Yep.
There's a place way out west here called Cackleberry,
Okay.
and it's in the middle of Amish country. And it's just a place we went on a book safari one day because we heard there were a lot of old books there. There is a room about 20 by 40 feet that is nothing but G.I. Joe
Oh, really?
in this antique mall.
No, that's cool.
So you might find, I'll give you the address, you might find some treasures out there. But
Absolutely, I would. I look for stuff in their original packages, though. I have an original Game Boy in its package. I have a lot of stuff. I'm hoping, that it'll pay for my son's college one day, or trade school or whatever he decides.
Every now and then you read that one of those Game Boy games, or like the original Super Mario Brothers game, in
Yes.
its packaging goes for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
The original Super Mario Brothers from '85, when Nintendo first came out, just sold for like a couple $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have anything like that?
I don't have that, but I do have some old Nintendo games. Yeah, not that one, but yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Dawn, wait. Before I get to Dawn, did your wife know this about you before you got married?
So it's actually something I started later on in life. So I was, I don't know, a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, collected this stuff. And I went over to his house one time, and he showed me all the stuff he has. And I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. So I kind of just went on a scavenger hunt to find people. I went up to upstate New York one time to get stuff, like cheap stuff that people were just trying to get rid of, that they didn't realize how valuable it was. So I actually started it in my early 30s.
So if we were to see you on the Antiques Roadshow, what would be the one item you would bring?
I have an original Rocky figurine from, I don't know, the 70s or early 80s. It's worth a lot of money.
An action figure of not Rocky the Flying Squirrel, but Rocky the Boxer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That's
Dawn,
awesome.
Dawn, is there anything in your world that you are collecting or that Lawrence has collected?
Oh, yeah, we have, you know what I call it? CRAP. And that's what I, and I don't care if it's value. I'm not a collector. I don't know what that, I think there's something in your DNA or I don't know, whether you were nomadic somewhere in your ancestry. But do I have stuff? Yeah, I can't wait to get rid of it and downsize someday. But, you know, Waterford or Hummels or all this stuff, it's like dust collection. And so Larry and I talk about it. I joke with Stacia, my bonus daughter, my stepdaughter. You know, I married a single dad, right? So Stacia had the best idea. She goes, we should get somebody to do like a reality TV show and show like all the stuff and get people to do this, to show the stuff you have and what do your millennial kids or stepkids, which of those items do they actually want? Because they don't want it. They don't want any of it.
Yeah, I know.
And that's a real problem. It's because I'm always like, and it's a joke, you know, because Larry's like, did you give such and such away? Because if somebody even hints that they like something, I'm like, take it. And there's a famous story of a leather couch. And I was like, you could have it. Take the couch. You know, and Larry's like, what happened to the leather couch? It's at so-and-so's house.
Wow.
But no, I just, whatever is in my DNA, there's nothing material in this world, I mean, seriously, that I would have to have, you know, like Steve Martin and the jerk, like, I've got this chair. Like, I'm not that person. I value my relationships. I value my family, people. But things, as my dad says...
You're not saying Gregory doesn't value his relationships or his family, are you?
Oh, no. I wasn't saying... Greg did it as an investment. Greg kept the stuff in the boxes.
Yeah.
And the whole thing.
100 years ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I created and produced a show on the FX network called Personal FX, which was the precursor to the Antiques Roadshow, where 12 people would come into the studio and bring one item, and we would appraise it. But also, on every show, we would show what we called a super collection. Somebody somewhere in America had a ridiculous collection. There was a lady who had 10,000 Pez dispensers.
Oh, God. Wow.
Every Pez dispenser. There was a guy in New York City, the editor of Mad Magazine, who had the greatest collection of statues of liberty. Like hundreds and hundreds of statues of liberty, including some of the models that were used to make the Statue of Liberty. So there is something about that I find fascinating, the passion, because I think it's one of the purest things you can do is be an extreme collector, and it can be healthy until you surrender your entire life to it. Someone is going to sell a Babe Ruth rookie card at auction in the coming days, and they're expecting it to go for $10 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have some old baseball cards too. My father has a ton of like old baseball cards that hopefully one day
I just
will be
don't
mine.
know how they escaped the bicycle spokes because, you know, we used to use them to make sounds.
Yeah, they're like literally ones from the 50s and 60s, like to your point, where, you know, kids used to take them and put them in their bicycle spokes or, you know, whatever.
And now they could have funded Greg's kids' college education.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping that one day they will be willed over to me, but, you know, that's not my call.
Well, you should do a survey and see how much the collection is worth.
Well, I told them, I said a long time ago, I'm like, you know, now's the time to get these things sold. You know, if you want to, you know, retire and have a nice nest egg, do it now. But they never did.
Especially the ephemera, because it does break down. And yesterday I read Geddy Lee from Rush is one of the biggest baseball collectors in the world.
Yeah.
Has one of the largest, most valuable baseball collections. Drifting back in, because I got to take care of this before we get to the morning mystery movie event today. We talked earlier about the 60th anniversary of the assassination of President John Kennedy. My friend Gerald Posner wrote a book called Case Closed about 30 years ago. And I think it's the best book on it. And I talked to him the other day on the Saturday show and asking him, is there anything new? Have you updated this book in all the years? And here's a little bit of that conversation.
So I've done an update for the first time in 20 years, and I've been prompted to do it by a Secret Service agent who's nearly 90 years old, a guy called Paul Landis, who came out, he's just written a book, and he said, hey, that day when the assassination took place, I found a whole bullet in the back of the presidential limousine after the president was taken out, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I put it in my jacket pocket, and then I hung around the hospital for a while they were treating the president, and then when we were leaving Dallas and putting the president back to Washington in the casket, I put it on a stretcher in the hospital before we left. And he didn't tell anyone for 60 years, and now he's come out with it in a book. And I actually believe him. Now, I know when I describe it like that, you think I'm then going to say he's a miserable liar, but I think he did find a bullet that day. I don't think he's just making it up. And I think he has given us the answer after all of these years as to how the famous so-called single bullet, what Oliver Stone calls the magic bullet, was found on a stretcher at Parkland Hospital about an hour after Kennedy's body was taken out. It's a great dereliction of duty by this young Secret Service agent, but now he's fessed up for it all these years later, and I am willing to think that it solves a small riddle in the case.
So 60 years later, Secret Service agent who was part of that detail at Parkland Hospital, didn't they take everybody's clothes away from them when they got to Parkland? Wasn't that one of the protocol I heard, that all those agents were basically stripped down because there was presidential DNA on their clothing?
No, you would think. I mean, not even, Jackie. Look at Jackie wore, her blood-splattered pink Chanel outfit. She wouldn't change it because she wanted people to see it when she got off the plane and that. And the Secret Service agents as well sort of cleaned themselves down, but nothing else. As a matter of fact, I just interviewed the other day Clint Hill, who some of your listeners will know was the Secret Service agent who threw himself on the back of the motorcade on the cars that was zooming out of Dealey Plaza. And he said something I never thought about. He said, none of us were given any, counseling after. We didn't even know the word PTSD. We were all sort of in this stunned. We had lost the person we were supposed to protect. Clint Hill himself, left the Secret Service like 16 years later. By that time, he was drinking. He was in a dark place. He said a lot of people sort of self-medicated. We didn't know how to handle it. And I had trouble imagining how could you have, grabbed something like a bullet that day, put it in a pocket, and then left it in a panic on a stretcher and not told anyone. But these guys, they weren't perfect. They weren't as we thought of it. The Secret Service, is always going to do everything right. And I think sometimes they made some big errors, and one of them was possible with what Paul Landis describes.
And it does solve a big mystery. It does take the wind out of a lot of conspiracy sails, does it not?
I think so, but I'm sure that there will be conspiracy. Look, one thing I've learned is that whatever information comes out, when I think it's another piece of the puzzle that helps resolve the case, somebody who thinks it's a conspiracy will find a way to interpret it differently. So I've heard some people say, that bullet he found, that's probably another shooter. That's another bullet, And I say, well, that's an interesting theory, but where are the wounds on the president or the governor or anybody else for that? You mean a bullet was fired from another gun by another shooter, just landed in the car and didn't hit anybody? Didn't go through the glass or pierce the leather or pierce the metal? It just sort of plopped into the car, waiting for somebody to find it. So, people will use it to try to make more out of it, but if you push it just a little bit with common sense, and those arguments don't hold up very well.
Yeah, that's my friend Gerald Posner and some of his thoughts on the 60th anniversary of the shooting of JFK. It's amazing to me that 60 years later, we're still having this debate.
Well, we're still having this debate because the government's never been honest with us about it. That's why we're still having this debate.
Yeah, we had most of the information until Donald Trump was president, and then we got a little bit more, but there still is like 2% of all the Kennedy assassination information that's still under lock and key. And until such time, until everything is revealed, there'll always be people saying, well, one moment here, maybe there is something else that we don't know. I just find it amazing. That bullet, 60 years later, we finally get the story on it. And did we get the story?
So Oswald saying I'm a patsy, which is not a term that, most people use unless you're
right
in the mafia. And Jack Ruby killing him. That's all just like, it's just happy coincidence. I just don't. This whole thing. Look, I love Gerald Posner. I respect him. I've read his work. I think he's a very smart, interesting guy. I just think he's wrong with this.
That's why this country's great. That is the greatest thing about it. It is 21 minutes after 9 o'clock. We're a minute behind schedule for the 9:20 morning mystery movie.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Phil, I don't think that's a very good attitude. You can't talk about hurting other players.
You don't think? You don't think? I don't think you should be butting in when I'm talking to my team. You're my assistant, okay? You're supposed to back me up and go get me juice boxes when I tell you. Now go get me a juice box.
You know who you're talking to?
I'm talking to the juice box guy.
You're crazy.
I'm not crazy. I'm just thirsty.
Why don't you go to hell?
No, you go to hell. Why are you there? Why don't you grab me a juice box?
I'm no juice box boy, I'll tell you that.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
If you don't know the Juice Box Guy film, I'd be surprised. $50 gift card on the line to New Deck Tavern in University City in Philadelphia. $50 gift card on the line. Come on, somebody's got to know that. 855-839-1210. It is Kayal and Company with Mike Opelka in once more for Nick Kayal on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 five-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can.
with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/radio. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/radio. That's BARTESIAN.com/radio for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/radio.
All right, the day after Thanksgiving, like most people, you're going to be sitting there thinking, maybe it's time to lose some weight as you're sitting there shopping online, right? Well, check out this very special Black Friday deal. If you go over to njdiet.com to schedule your consultation, they will contractually guarantee, that you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. NJ Diet helps you the natural way. They start with your hair and saliva samples along with their bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to determine your ideal diet and workout regimen so you keep the weight off. And best of all, NJ Diet's all natural. None of those injections, no hormones, no surgery, no shots. Full supervision provided every step of the way, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online video consultations. So call them now, 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET or njdiet.com to lose the weight for good. Hey, it's Rich Cioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
2 people were killed and 5 others were hurt in a shooting in Fairhill. Israel and Hamas have reached an agreement to temporarily pause fighting and release dozens of hostages held in Gaza. And Thanksgiving travel this year is expected to be the busiest since before the pandemic.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
is 9:30 on this Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal on Kayal and Company with Dawn and Gregory. And every time I hear an Aerosmith song now, I just see Steven Tyler in his latest look, and it's just getting weirder and weirder, if you ask me.
It is. At what point do you, like, give up that look, you know?
It's like Grandpa, you know, the scarves and the purple streaks in the hair, it's a little much.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Keith Richards can still rock the look, and he's 80. So,
but Keith doesn't. He's not wearing he's not as flowery looking.
He's not,
I guess.
No.
But God bless him, Aerosmith. Talk about overcoming the odds and beating heroin addiction and making the comeback. Just Done with Mirrors was the one, I think, that was the pivot point for them, where they all got themselves out of Alphabet City in Lower Manhattan and straightened themselves out. Wow, what a career! We're in the middle of the 920 Mystery Movie Clip playing for the $50 gift card to a New Deck Tavern in University City. I didn't get a notice. Do we have a winner?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, we do. It is.
Slack it off here, Stalker. Come on.
It's Josh in Ben Salem. Josh.
Well, let's get him on the phone.
Hey.
Josh.
How you doing?
Welcome. What is that movie, Josh?
That's the instant classic, Kicking and Screaming, with Will Ferrell and Mike Ditka.
Yes, one of the greatest cameo appearances.
Isn't it, though?
Mike Ditka, yeah. As a
Awesome.
Bears fan, I have to salute you. And you gave Mike Ditka props over Robert Duvall.
Of course.
The great Robert Duvall, who played Will Ferrell's father in that movie. That's an incredible film, Kicking and Screaming. Yeah, 2005. That seems like it was yesterday that movie came out.
Yeah.
That's great.
I just recently turned 42, and I'm like looking back, and I'm just like, wow, that was 20 years ago.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It is unbelievable. Welcome to the 40s. It gets worse every day.
Yeah.
I'm happy to tell you that. But try and take care of yourself. But you got a $50 gift card to New Deck Tavern in University City, so you got that going for you, which is nice.
Which is good.
Josh, there's Josh.
Awesome. I love this audience. This is the only traditions we'll carry on forever and ever at this radio station.
Yep.
So much left to get to. We'll try and get to all of it, including another cut sheet. But is this where we have the big three at 9 o'clock?
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
With Dawn.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Best Work Industries. For the blind, let's get to it, because we are expecting any minute now a ruling from a Montgomery County judge after a 2-day hearing. And this is about that homeless encampment in Montgomery County in Pottstown, just off College Drive there, bordering the Schuylkill River Trail. So the borough had fairly recently placed signs that say that those individuals, dozens of people who've been living there in this homeless encampment, must leave by December 1st. They say it is a flood zone and that it's dangerous to exist there, to set up your tent. And so they've had this little tent city going on. So there are nonprofits that filed a federal lawsuit on behalf of some of those residents, I guess, wanting to stop the move. They're not real residents. They're in the tent, in the tents.
Squatters, if you will. And so I guess they can't, in Pottstown particularly, they don't really have a homeless shelter there that they can provide for the people, the individuals there. There are some different, for people who are homeless or housing insecure, those types of nonprofits. They've been trying to get folks a home, especially as the weather's changing. But even you look at what we had overnight with all the flooding. Yeah. So in any event, they had a 2-day hearing, and now this is just wrapped up. So we are expecting some kind of a ruling that is imminent in Pottstown and Montgomery County. How many people are there? Do we have any idea how big that population is?
It's up to it's 30-ish, so 2.5 dozen to 3 dozen at any given time.
Seems like we could find a place. We dealt with so many people in the migrant crisis, the immigrant illegals here, and found places in hotels or shelters for them. And there are some people that don't want to live in normal society, though, as well. But those are 30 people that It's Thanksgiving. Let's see if maybe instead of fighting for them to stay out in the elements, maybe let's help them a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I know up that way there's like, isn't there one that it's a shelter that is pretty big, but the problem is it's only for, let's say, 12 hours.
Ah.
So the shelter system, from all the years of reporting, right? The problem with the shelter system is not all of them can take a whole family, and that's a big problem. Because they have a men's or they have a women's or they have a children's. They want to separate everybody out for obvious reasons. So that's one thing. But the other one is that the one up that way is pretty big, and they've said they have a little bit of room, but not much, but only for 12 hours. They can't take anybody beyond 12.
That seems kind of crazy.
I know.
Now you could stay, but only half a day.
Yeah. So it's just basically it becomes like a place where you get out of the rain or the elements. So there's that, but it's a big ruling, and then that's going to make national news. All the news media is going to be there if they rule on this today, and then it's Thanksgiving. It's over Thanksgiving, so we'll just put that out there. I was looking for just some different stories that we could think about with the holiday season. You think about all the burglaries. We've talked about the porch pirates, as they're called. And Greg had found that AI scammer story recently with the testimony of a man who said he got a phone call from his son. It sounded exactly like his son. All these scams becoming more specific. So there's a platform called Social Catfish. They used all of the FBI's latest Internet Crime Complaint Center, as well as the FTC, to put out a picture, an image of how the scams impact the nation. So Pennsylvania, they say, is 8th overall when it comes to having the most scams reported and these are all different kinds of scams. But the estimation, if you look at just in America, that's what's shocking. The millions of dollars per year with regard to scammers. And it serves to really put out a warning to all of us to be aware, because we've never seen this level of scams. So it's over, what is it? What's the number? Now I just lost it as I'm flicking through here. But in Pennsylvania, it would amount to $17,000 per victim.
Wow.
If you just put out the dollars there and look through it. So I think California was number one. They're number one.
I'm not shocked.
I know.
I'm not shocked. California's the home of the scammer champions.
So that's nearly $25,000 per victim.
Wow.
So we've never seen this level, and that's, I think, why Congress, like Greg was playing that the congressional testimony that was going on, we've never seen this level of the scammers. So not just the people going door to door, with the old clipboard like they used to. These people have become, these internet scammers have become so sophisticated. So the FBI and all of these different advocacy groups just putting this out there saying, just please double check, please be careful before you click. Even when you pick up the phone, if you answer the phone, make sure before you give out any information, because most places will never ask you for your personal information.
I have to piggyback on that and say virtually every cell phone company, every major cell phone provider has the ability for you to flag spam calls. And guess what? If the call coming in says potential spam, it's probably spam. And either send it to voicemail or block it. But don't think you can outsmart them.
Yeah.
Because you can't.
Yeah, well said. My number 3 is that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the health department has been ordered to release doctor data for medical marijuana certification. So that's one of the headlines this morning. This has been controversial as far as medical marijuana and how easy it is to get a doctor to write that script so you can get the medical marijuana. So now this is in Pennsylvania. The judge has ordered that Pennsylvania's health department has to release all of this information about these medical marijuana certifications that were issued by individual doctors. And this has been a case of open records, a dispute that has been going on. So and I believe Spotlight PA is one of the investigative groups that has pushed for this as they continue to investigate.
So this is now at a legal crossroads here, because isn't that information HIPAA protected? Whether or not you have a medical marijuana card, isn't that part of your personal health privacy information?
Yes. So I would imagine they would have to strike out anything that gives a patient's name or any identifier of a patient. They only are, it looks like they are, what they're ordered to do is to say which doctors are prescribing, because I think the suspicion here is that you have, like, you know what I mean?
There's
Everybody
one
knows,
doctor that's got 10,000 medical marijuana approval. And I'm a big fan of medical marijuana. Don't use it, but it changed my niece's life 6 years ago, to the point where they named a law after her in the state of Illinois. And I watched Montel Williams be able to function in society because of medical marijuana and his MS. So I'm a huge fan. But if we're going to find out that there is a medical marijuana permit mill, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I think that's to your very point. I'm sure that the pediatrician who your family members worked with, right, to get that that very specific, dosage and et cetera, is probably a very credible individual. But the suspicion here is that, there's something else going on with some
a lot of doctors from Grenada printing medical marijuana permits or cards. Well, we'll see.
Well, we are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Is really changing lives. It's a nonprofit organization located right in Cherry Hill, and Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. So for employment opportunities, or if you want to donate, just go to bestworkindustries.org, bestworkindustries.org. Thank you, Best Work Industries for the Blind, for sponsoring our Big Three.
Thank you, Dawn. Gregory, do we have time for a part two?
Yes, one cut.
On the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet part two? I almost stepped on that line. It is sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Have you done this yet? Get this gift card now. Give it to your friends, family, maybe a woman host on 1210 that you might like and adore, Dawn Stensland. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping, with 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Remember to patronize our sponsors. Thank you. Joe Biden yesterday holds a meeting on the progress countering the flow of fentanyl into the United States of America. Pretty important meeting, if you ask me. Last week, he called President Xi a dictator. Today, he says he takes Xi at his word that he will crack down on the shipment of fentanyl components to Mexico that are flowing in from China. This is Cut 9. You guys go.
During my meeting with President Xi, we took a critical step of resuming counter-narcotics cooperation between our two countries. It was one of the important things we agreed upon. In 2019, China essentially stopped direct shipments of fentanyl from China to the United States. But in the years since, the drug trade has evolved. It's moved from finished fentanyl to fentanyl components, like chemicals and pill presses, that are shipped with few controls from China to the Western Hemisphere. Chemical cartels use these components to manufacture the illegal substances and smuggle them into the United States. So the United States is going to seek to work together with China to target the fentanyl components.
He takes Xi at his word. It's fine.
So China used to just ship us the pills and then to Mexico, and now they're just shipping the pill-making machines and all the ingredients, and we're going to get that stopped now too?
Yes.
Is that really going to happen?
Yes, according to Joe.
The other part of this is when he was in San Francisco last week, he said that that the kids were going to wake up dead. Remember that story? That two of his neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, I believe he said that it was his next door neighbor, and then he caught himself because he initially said he wasn't going to reveal, and then I think he stepped in it.
I have that clip that you're referring to. He quickly abandons this. This is cut 3, Phil. If you would, go.
And there are many of those loopholes. As families all across the country gather this week with their loved ones for Thanksgiving, too many are going to face looking at an empty chair for the first time at Thanksgiving, because so many people have died. That's heartbreaking. It really is an American tragedy. Just in the neighborhood I'm in, next door neighbor, and it's just tough stuff. People are dying, and I'm committed to doing everything in my powers.
There you go.
So, did he just out the people?
Sounds like it.
His next door neighbors?
Yep.
Ruh-roh.
Wow.
Yep. And then quickly stops it. You know what I mean?
Anyway, the anyway trigger is
Yep.
is a big warning.
It is.
Gosh.
Yep. All right. That's what I got for a cut sheet pot do.
Excellent cut sheets today,
Thank you, sir.
all week long. Thank you for all of that. It has been remarkable being part of this, and I appreciate every opportunity. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the pre-Thanksgiving show. We'll find out what the hell's going on in the Dawn Show today, and we'll find out who won social media. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again Sunday afternoons at 4, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHC. Are you struggling with things like fatigue, body aches, headaches, brain fog? You may be living with Lyme disease. And this may be true even if you have received antibiotics or your Lyme test was negative. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have used medical hydration therapy to help hundreds of patients to reduce symptoms often associated with post-Lyme disease syndrome.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration.
Hey, Pennsylvania, we need a talented team of thinkers, hard workers, innovators, protectors, and doers to power our Commonwealth forward. Are you ready to join the team?
NDOT is now hiring for equipment operators, mechanics, inspectors, and engineers. Jobs with great state benefits, generous time off, and room to grow. Apply online today at employment.pa.gov. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
You can admit it, you're obsessed with the news. But you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Riverton, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Love to eat turkey. Love to eat turkey. I love you. Love to eat turkey, 'cause it's good. Love to eat turkey like a good boy should.
There's no greater example of America's amazingness than the success of Adam Sandler. He is just an incredible success on every level, and by all accounts, a normal dude.
By the way, that album that this was on, They're All Gonna Laugh at You, 1993, was like the soundtrack of my summer that year.
Wow.
I listened to this over and over and over again. I loved it.
And I just love the loyalty he has to his family and friends.
Yep,
And
exactly.
when was the last time you heard a story about Adam Sandler being a jackwagon in
Never.
public?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that would be the first time.
Well, we just learned recently, fairly within the last, year or so, I never knew he was actually fired from SNL.
Oh,
until
yeah.
he came back.
Yes.
And he hosted whatever the anniversary,
Yep.
and that's when I learned. Did we know that he was fired?
I mean, I'm like an SNL
Okay, so you knew.
aficionado, like the earlier stuff. So yeah, I did know that, but no, I don't think it was widely known. By the way, on the YouTube chat right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, what is your favorite Thanksgiving pie? Is the poll question: pumpkin, apple, pecan, or other? Right now, pumpkin is winning at 61%. Pecan with a zero.
I went for other because fruits of the forest. That's always that great blend.
Yep.
Of different fruits, and maybe even a little rhubarb in there.
Mhm.
Rhubarb, strawberry, be
Yep.
in there. But Gregory, somebody asked earlier, what does Greg Stocker eat for Thanksgiving? You know, they know your predilection or your.
No, I'm not a vegetarian or vegan anymore.
So no tofurkey, no molded pig.
I'm eating turkey tomorrow, baby.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
Very good. Happy to see that.
Yep.
All right. Well, speaking of social media, oh, wait.
Yeah, you forgot the order. We do things here.
What's coming up on
order.
the Dawn Show?
We have a lot coming up. So we'll talk to one of our favorites, board certified, brain coach, if you will, Leigh Richardson. She'll come on, talk to us about maybe giving some advice about the family gathering. And we'll have some fun with that one coming up at 10:05. Just talking about, from our brain expert, what you might want to avoid, what you could, how to weave through and avoid some of those confrontations at the family Thanksgiving dinner table. And then we'll talk to Brian McAnella, who is a leading financial guru who actually is one who advises many famous NFL players, etc., financial advisor. He's on Forbes and a lot of the network shows. So we're going to weave through some of the financial issues that are happening today, those 401k millionaires, people selling off their 401ks because of financial tough times. And he's just a great interview. And then I believe if he's still keeping his word, if he didn't lose his wallet, my husband Larry Menti he's gonna call in at some point at 11 a.m.
Oh boy.
And we'll just talk about what?
To defend himself.
Yeah, to defend himself perhaps, but we'll talk about Thanksgiving and everything else. So
Excellent. And thank you, Dawn. Gregory,
who won Twitter?
Mike Braun wins Twitter. By the way, Who Won Twitter, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Mike Braun wins Twitter. He says Greg is the 40-year-old virgin. His toys remain untouched. Fair.
Who won?
YouTube is Mike. No, it's Brian Harris. He says, looking at the chat, sounds like 1210 needs a show about collecting. Yeah, we had a ton of interest when we brought that up at the start of the 9 o'clock
fascinating things that you all collect.
Exactly.
And, as a former producer of that show, it just brings back good memories, and it's a great addiction to have. So.
Best Work Industries for the Blind is changing lives, a nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. That's bestworkindustries.org.
Thank you. Dawn, God bless you for hanging in this week, and thank you, and stick around for Dawn's show. Gregory, I appreciate the opportunity. I'll be back Friday.
Yes.
You guys will be sleeping in.
Yes,
Mary
we will.
Walter and I will tear it up Friday morning. So
Mike and Mary.
Yeah, a little Mike and Mary in the morning on a Black Friday.
I love it.
I like that.
Join us. Thank you again. See you Friday, and then see you Saturday. Testudo, my friends. Testudo.
Does your broker say, we're different? We're a fiduciary. We only make money when you make money.